having beaten former Kiminini outgoing MP for Kiminini, Chris Omalwa. Uasin Gishu, you have Jonathan B, elected on a UDA ticket, becomes the second governor of Uasin Gishu, having beaten one. He's
the retired governor.
The street name of Zedekiah is Buzeki.
So right.
I saw some tallies that show that he got 127,000 votes against Jonathan B's 214,000.
All right, West Pokot governor-elect is Simon Kachapin of UDA, who beat out the first governor, John Lonyangapuo.
Actually, this is an interesting one, because Kachapin was the first governor of West Pokot. He was defeated by one Professor Lonyangapuo,
yes.
Of course, at that time running with Atunde Nyang.
His deputy governor, yes.
This election, Lonyangapuo and his deputy split. So Lonyangapuo was running on KUP.
Yep.
His deputy was running on Kanu ticket. He got 2,000 votes. Lonyangapuo got 84,000. Kachapin got 86,000. So it looks like had they stayed together,
had they kept their forces together,
they might have defeated Kachapin with just a few votes. But then again, elections.
Yeah,
dynamics. It
comes down to numbers oftentimes. All right, so that is West Pokot. Let's take a look at Bungoma. The governor-elect is Ken Lusaka, who was elected on a UDA ticket.
Another interesting race, because Ken Lusaka was the first governor of Bungoma. In 2017, he went to the Jubilee side.
That's
of course, the wave was for NASA in that area. So he was defeated by Wycliffe Wangamati. Now he has come back from his Senate duties.
His Senate hiatus, exactly.
Come back with a wave of Fort Kenya within Bungoma County. And of course, you've seen how the results have been streaming in, showing as if William Ruto is getting an upper hand in that county. So he has defeated the person who defeated him some 5 years ago, and now will be Now, do you say the second or the first, or?
It's interesting because it's almost like a change of guard between the first and second. Yeah, you can call them the pioneer governors, probably coming back into office, you know, but that very interesting dynamic playing out there.
Right.
Nandi County Governor-elect Stephen Sang, who was elected on a UDA ticket there.
Yeah, so he's won his second term. Of course, in 2017, he defeated the first governor of that county. He's been lucky. Now he's broken...
He's broken that streak, I guess.
Exactly. So he becomes governor a second term.
Defending his seat there. This one was quite historic. Of course, the governor-elect Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga of ODM, the first woman governor in Nyanza region. And she beat out, of course, a former Nairobi governor. He was a pioneer governor in Nairobi, Evans Kidero, who ran as an independent.
Exactly. And of course, another interesting race it has been with that situation that was in identifying the candidate for ODM. Of course, Evans Kidero felt aggrieved, decided to go independent, but in the end, this is what it has come to. And I think this is the first female governor to be declared?
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. And we're looking out for others, you know, in other counties where women were vying for that all-important county seat. All right, this being the last governor-elect for Kisumu, defending or keeping his seat, Governor Anyang' Nyong'o, who ran on an ODM ticket.
Right. Again, he is lucky. Now he'll serve his second term. Remember, the first governor, Jack Ranguma, he defeated him in 2017. So now he wins his second term and final term. I want us now to cross over to Nakuru County, where Marian Nyambura has been waiting, watching, and listening to the results that are coming from different constituencies. And now the focus turning to the county seats of the governor, senator, and woman representative. Marian Nyambura, good morning. What do you know so far in terms of those county races?
Good morning, Sam and Vicky in studio. Well, indeed, in Nakuru County, a total of 11 constituencies, third most populous in terms of the registered voters. And so the numbers here for the three particular seats, county seats, the three county seats, including the governor, Senate, as well as a woman representative, for now there has been a great deal of speculation as to who exactly will take this particular or clinch this particular seats. But at the moment, 7 constituencies have already submitted their results, including Nakuru East, Nakuru West, Bahati, Molo, Kuresoi South, Njoro, and Subukia. So at the moment, what is happening right behind me is that they're doing the tallying of the county seats. And so 4 constituencies, including Kuresoi North, Gilgil, Naivasha, and Rongai sub-counties, are the 4 constituencies that the county returning officer is expecting the constituency returning officers to present the forms here for tallying and verification. So at the moment we have been here, and for them they're actually saying that any minute from now the 4 constituency returning officers will be here for them to verify and give the results or make a declaration as to who exactly will take the 3 particular seats. Interestingly, we're looking at some of the dynamics here in Nakuru, interesting dynamics coming out. Remember, for the gubernatorial race, according to the county returning officer, Dr. Joseph Mele, is that the race has now seemingly narrowed down to 2 people, including the incumbent Governor Lee Kinyanjui, as well as Senator Susan Kihika from the United Democratic Alliance. And so the race here for the gubernatorial the race in terms of the gubernatorial seat will be between these 2. So exactly, will it be a lady this time round, or will it be a man who will clinch this particular seat? Remember, in 2017, both Lee Kinyanjui as well as Senator Susan Kihika won on a Jubilee Party ticket. This time round, 25 years later, they are on 2 different parties. And so it is an interesting race that we are expecting that at the end of the day, they will declare who exactly will have won this particular seat. The county governor race in 2013, we saw Kinuthia Mbugua as the governor. In 2017, he was trounced by Lee Kinyanjui. So Lee Kinyanjui is seeking for a 2nd term to be re-elected, and Susan Kihika, as a female, is seeking this particular governor seat. So these are interesting dynamics that we're waiting to see. As well as for the Senate seat, we have seen 2 close competitors, including UDA's Tabitha Karanja, as well as Lawrence Karanja of the Jubilee Party. So again, according to the county returning officer, this particular race, we will be looking at these 2 individuals, as well as the woman representative seat, UDA's Liza Chelule, as well as Agnes Njambi of the Jubilee Party. So we are really keeping a close eye to see who exactly will be taking the lead or clinching this particular seats. Nakuru, of course, in terms of the MP elect, we have seen that 8 out of the 10 constituencies, remember, Nakuru has a total of 11 constituencies, but 10 of them is where we've seen the constituency results for the member of National Assembly have been announced. And out of the 10, we have seen that Jubilee Party has clinched 2 seats, including Samuel Arama of the Nakuru Town West, as well as Irene Joki of Bahati constituency. But a total of 8 member of National Assembly MP-elect we have seen coming from the United Democratic Alliance Party, including Jane Kihara of Naivasha. We have seen Samuel Gashofe of Subukia. We have seen Charity Kathambi of Njoro. We have also seen from Gilgil constituency, Martha Wangari. So out of those, we have seen these are interesting dynamics that are coming out in terms of these particular races. So we will just be here waiting to see who exactly will clinch these 3 particular seats. But at the moment, the county returning officer is yet to make a declaration. So for Nakuru residents are waiting in anticipation. There's a great deal of speculation as to who exactly will lead. For now, it's just a matter of wait and see. In the next 1 hour or 2 hours, possibly, is when we are likely to see these results start projecting and exactly find out who will take these 3 particular seats. So these are some of the interesting dynamics that we have seen in this particular race, in the 2022 race. Remember, again, yesterday, the MP-elect for Bahati constituency is a new entrant here, Irene Njoki. And so Kimani Ngunjiri of the United Democratic Alliance Party, who was a vocalist in terms of the Kenya Kwanza coalition, was actually trounced by a new entrant, Irene Njoki. Interesting dynamics here. So we'll wait to see for these 3 particular county seats. Remember, there are only 4 constituencies that are left, and the county returning officer says that any minute from now, the constituency returning officers will submit their forms here for tallying and verification, after which that declaration will be made. Sam and Vicky.
All right, very interesting from Marian Nyambura there, but importantly to note, as she says, that it's a matter of wait and see for the county seats of governor, woman representative, and the senator, but also talking about those changes. It's very interesting, especially that seat in Bahati. Kimani Ngunjiri has been very vocal in drumming support for the UDA team, very consistent, but it's come to this, and it also speaks volumes about Irene Njoki from the Jubilee Party, that she's been able to ride against such a tide in such a county.
Yep, what people are calling the UDA wave, and so for her to kind of be the anomaly in that sense in this election cycle, and let's just see how else that plays out in various counties in the Mount Kenya region. Now, just a quick correction before we go to the next tally. We had said that the former Senate Speaker Ken Lusaka, who recaptured his seat in Bungoma, was running on a UDA ticket. That is incorrect. It's a Ford Kenya ticket, so point of correction there. Right. So let's take a look at the final tally in Uasin Gishu, where Chemutai Gowen has been keeping tabs very closely. Let's take a look at those numbers.
Hours of waiting for the final tally of the Tarbo constituency results caused anxiety amongst leaders and their supporters and agents, who had pitched tent at the Eldoret Polytechnic, which was the county tallying center for Uasin Gishu County. The leaders forced to look for the returning officer, whom they claimed was delaying the process. The leaders saying they were keen on the release of the final tally, declaring them as winners to facilitate their travel to Nairobi, where they were set to join their party leader, UDA presidential candidate William Ruto, as he awaits the result of the presidential tally at the National Tallying Center, which the process of tallying the results from the 290 constituencies and, of course, the diaspora vote has kicked off in earnest. Attempts by the Uasin Gishu County Returning Officer Irene Mutai to calm the crowd frowned upon by the leaders. Eventually calm was restored, and the returning officer of the Tarbo constituency came out to finalize the tally. An hour-long session of praise and worship kept those in the hall entertained as they awaited the completion of the process of tallying. Hours later, the Uasin Gishu County Returning Officer announced the final results, declaring the winners of the gubernatorial, senatorial and county woman representative seats.
Mandago Jackson Kiplagat had
347,680 valid votes had been cast, with 3,864 termed as rejected votes. First to be awarded his certificate was Senator-elect Jackson Mandago, who trounced his only competitor Robert Kemei by garnering 252,800 votes against Kemei's 94,785.
Has been duly elected as the county woman member of the National Assembly.
In the woman representative position, Gladys Wanga trounced her opponents by garnering 292,144 votes, followed by Kemboy Dorcas, who garnered 54,742 votes, with those turning out in this election being 350,507 voters, marking a 69.23% turnout. And after a heated gubernatorial contest that saw the supporters of the two main challengers engage in clashes, Jonathan B., otherwise known as Koti Moja, trounced his main challenger Zedekiah Bundotich, otherwise also known as Buzeki, by garnering 214,036 votes against Buzeki's 127,013.
Quitters never win and winners never quit. I'm so grateful that I've kept on trying. This is about 20 years trying to look for an elected position, but God has finally opened the door, and I thank the people of Uasin Gishu for believing in me, believing in my manifesto, believing in what we are going to do together, and I'm so happy, and I know we'll travel this journey together, and finally we will be winners at the end of the day. And we intend to revamp the agriculture sector, we intend to revamp the health sector, and also the areas of infrastructure. And remember, right now we are going into what we call digital transformation, and we want to see how ICT and e-government can help our county.
First and foremost, let me take this opportunity to thank the people of this county for the peaceful election. So many naysayers were busy saying that this county, there will be problems here and there, but I think they have seen for themselves that not just this county, but this country has matured politically. And the citizens of this country have capacity to make decisions without necessarily quarreling with one another. Secondly, let me thank the people of this county for the opportunity they gave me as their governor for 2 terms and the opportunity to serve in the Senate. Our biggest role in the Senate is to ensure that counties have resources. And for those of us who have been governors and going to Senate, one of the agendas we have is to make sure that all devolved functions plus the funds meant for those devolved functions actually move to counties. We all know a lot of money has remained in agriculture in the Ministry of Agriculture in Nairobi. Money has remained in Ministry of Health in Nairobi that were meant for devolved function. It is important that we ensure that those resources go to counties so that governors and the executive can be able to decide that function.
And in line with an agreement by most of the Uasin Gishu County leaders, they resorted to suspending their celebrations until the final presidential result was declared.
And with the conclusion of the exercise here in Uasin Gishu County, attention now moves to the Bomas of Kenya, where leaders from this region will be joining their Kenya Kwanza counterparts as they await the final declaration of who will be Kenya's 5th president. Chemutai Goin, Citizen TV at the Eldoret Polytechnic, Uasin Gishu County.
All right.
Very, very, very detailed package there by Chemutai Goin.
Extremely. Seeing the final tally and, that transition for many of those new entrants and some people who have also retained their seats, including Gladys Boss, who retained her woman rep seat in Uasin Gishu. All right.
And I also found it very interesting. Look, we're used to seeing people finishing a race and they're served with some mursik and those traditional,
yes,
I don't know what they're called, that they put on. And I saw that with Jonathan B., the celebrants there, or the people celebrating, were able to now put that around his neck and also give him what looks like mursik.
Mursik, yes.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, rich culture and coming in handy at such a time.
No, absolutely. It just shows also the role that culture plays in these local races. You know, the people are speaking and they expect you to represent them well once you kind of rise to that position. But yeah, we'll see how it plays out in other counties across the country. Speaking of which, the place that now is the focus. It is the nerve center of IEBC operations. We're talking about the National Tallying Center, Bomas of Kenya. And Ayub Abdikadir has been camping there for most of the week, actually, speaking to different political agents, observers who've been monitoring this whole process happening there. The presidential results will be announced from Bomas. And Ayub, what more can you tell us about the activities? We were there a bit earlier. We had some eyes on the floor of the amphitheater. It'd be great to know just how long that process takes when a returning officer comes with the forms until it's tabulated and put in for the Form 34C. And great to see you this morning.
Good morning, Vicky. Good morning, Sam, from the National Tallying Center here at the Bomas of Kenya. On the timing, it's very well specified in law, and the National Returning Officer for the presidential election, that is the chairperson of the commission, Wafula Chebukati, has a week to announce the winner of the presidential vote, and that falls on the 15th of August, that is next week on Tuesday. How he's going to be operating within the time frame provided for in law is going to be one that many Kenyans will watch very, very closely. And just a brief of what's happening here at the National Tallying Center, where the IEBC is domiciled, and this is happening since Kenyans voted on Tuesday last week, and also during the preparation process for the poll process, even before Election Day on the 9th of August. It's just beneath me, you have the round center, the National Tallying Center here in the auditorium, where there are tables that the IEBC officials, agents of the presidential candidates, and also the returning officers will be sitting to verify the delivered Form 34As by the returning officers from the 290 constituencies. And as of yesterday, the Poll Commission's chairperson, Wafula Chebukati, said to fasten, to expedite the process, they are going to be adding more tables here at the round table beneath where I'm standing to fasten the authentication and verification of the physical Form 34As as delivered by the returning officers from the constituencies across the country. So far, as per Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of the poll body, we had 80 returning officers as of yesterday evening who had arrived here at the National Tallying Center to deliver the physical Form 34As. And he cited constituencies including Baringo Central in Baringo County, and in the other counties of Machakos, that is Kadhiani constituency, and Kangundo, also Lamu East constituency, where the returning officer had come and presented the physical Form 34A that was subject to a checkup, subject to a further check by the agents of the presidential candidates and the IEBC staff, and also in Oljoro constituency from the county of Nyandarua, as the IEBC now embarks, or yesterday rather, embarked on the process of the verification of the Form 34S here at the National Tallying Center. And as you can see, there are notable political figures here representing political parties, and are here to keep an eye on how the process is unfolding at the National Tallying Center, where the IEBC is undertaking the exercise. They include Moses Kuria, the Gatundu South outgoing member of parliament, who went for the gubernatorial contest in Kiambu County but was defeated and accepted the outcome of the election. There is also the Kericho County Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, and Paul Mwangi, who is the personal lawyer of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who as well is the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition political party presidential flag bearer. You also have a ranking ODM party member, Catherine Muma, who I have managed to spot there and engaging the lawyer Paul Mwangi, and other representatives of political parties who are here just keeping an eye on the verification and the checking of the results as they are captured in the physical Form 34As as they are delivered by the returning officers, and those that have been electronically transmitted by the returning officials from their constituencies across the 290 constituencies in the country. We later on expect the Poll Commission's chairperson flanked by other commissioners to brief the country, because this is very critical. This is very key as Kenyans await the next communication. The last one happened yesterday evening, where Wafula Chebukati had said that the returning officials, mostly and majority of them, are in the county of Nairobi and here to present the physical Form 34As for further check and confirmation with the agents of the presidential candidates and also the IEBC staff before that is similarly handed over to the chairperson of the commission, who is the returning officer of the presidential election, Wafula Chebukati. The chairperson also, and by extension the commission, underscored the tallying that is done by media organization and outlets and also political parties and entities, and said that is for your own consumption and that we preserve the right to announce the presidential election because that is constitutionally given to us by law. And he underscored the significance of the same yesterday evening when he addressed the nation here at the Bomas of Kenya. So Sam, Vicky, and to our viewers across the country and in the world, that is what's happening here at the moment at the National Tallying Center, and we'll be able to get back to you when and how events will be unfolding here at the National Tallying Center, the main auditorium where the IEBC is undertaking that exercise at the moment. Back to you in studio.
All right, thank you so much, Ayub Abdikadir, with a detailed overview of what's happening there. Of course, returning officers will be prepping to hand over their forms for today. So this is going into day 3 of tallying across the country for all the 6 seats that Kenyans went to the polls to vote for on August 9th. We're about to cross over to another critical race and announcement, I believe in Nandi County, where Stephen Sang defended his seat. Let's take a look at that.
County Returning Officer hereby declares that Stephen Kipsang Kipiego Sang of ID number 23692387 has been duly elected as the county governor for Nandi County in the election held on the 9th day of August 2022.
We will remember as people of Nandi that in the last term, we had challenges working together with members of parliament. I want to thank you in a special way, the great people of Nandi, for electing a new leadership. A leadership that we are going, I commit myself to provide and spearhead a united leadership from the 6 members of county assembly to the senator, to the women rep, all the way to the 30 members of the county assembly, together with the ones who will be nominated. I will lead this united team, and in the next 5 years, I want to promise this on behalf of that team, because we have already discussed that we will provide a united leadership. We are now embarking on a journey. I want to call upon my colleagues, all those colleagues of mine who ran against me in the nominations, and also those who ran against me in the final election, that the competition is behind us. What remains ahead of us is the journey to transform and uplift Nandi County. I am inviting all of them, join me as we work together with the great people of Nandi in moving our county forward.
All right, so that was the governor-elect of Nandi County, Stephen Sang, defending his seat and promising, of course, what he will be doing for the county moving forward. Sam, we were just kind of looking at the decorative, I don't know what you want to call them.
No, I got a name from Chemutai Goin. Whatever Jonathan B was wearing is called Sinendet. Sinendet. It's made of some climbing plant.
Ah, okay.
So you roll it around the neck of a winner of a race. For Governor Sang, appears like his Sinendet is manufactured, artificial.
Yes, that one is the upgraded. You know, I was wondering, is that a representative of the expectations of the people of the county?
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, it's interesting to see this because you also see them at graduation parties for different
That's right.
graduates as they transition in their university education. But also congratulations to the winners. Let's now cross over to Meru County. There's also been a very interesting race, especially at the county level, in the heat of some political waves. Governor Kiraitu Murungi has been seeking a second term. Let's get a feel of what's going on there with Hassan Mugambi. Good morning, Hassan. What can you tell us about those county races, and have they been declared now?
Well, not yet. Here, declaration is not yet. We are at the county tallying center where the results of 5 out of the 9 have already been, they have already been presented. They're just undergoing a series of verification from where they're being received to where they are being announced at the stage here in this multipurpose hall in Meru School. And we are just waiting for that historic announcement. All indications are that this intensive race that put together Kawira Mwangaza, who is the current woman representative here in Meru, and Kiraitu Murungi, who is the current governor, as well as Mithika Linturi, the current senator, who all eyed the governor race. And this time round, we have seen something that if what we already have is anything to go by, then this is quite a historic, race that has been here in Meru County, given that Kawira Mwangaza has, been in front of this race since the time that we knew, or rather we got to start receiving information from different constituencies here in Meru County. She is the one that is leading the race, leading the pack to become the first woman governor of Meru County, as well as the first in many years. The last time such we had a woman elected in the national politics in Meru County was 1975. Back then, when Ann Rita Keremi took the Meru Central, parliamentary seat then, but now it is known as the Imenti South. Where Imenti South is where Meru Central was. So quite a historic race here in Meru County, with Kiraitu Murungi's 30 years of politics undefeated coming to a stop with a defeat from an independent female candidate who is Kawira Mwangaza. Mithika Linturi of UDA has also been floored by Mwangaza as far as the numbers are concerned here, but we're waiting for the official confirmation from the IEBC. Yesterday, Mwangaza was here in this hall and she stayed here for quite a while. But right now she's gone to, sort of just freshen up and come back. We're expecting that she will be coming back here. But this is how also the race looks in Meru. This is a county that has peculiarly not followed the waves of the different waves of politics that we have seen sweeping, especially the mountain. The eastern slopes of Mount Kenya have not been swept by the waves, so to speak, like, block voting for a particular coalition or party. We have several, members of parliament who have been elected, not because of the kind of party that they are in, but because of the person that they are. We will begin with just looking at the 9 constituencies on who got what where. Tigania East, Mporo Aburi of Nopeu has 32,172 votes, beating Gishunge Kaboebea of UDA, who got 11,058 votes. Tigania West, John Mutunga of UDA, who is the incumbent, has been given another chance to represent the people there with 26,918 votes. Kilemi Mwiria of Mbas getting 14,069. And Igembe Central, Dan Kili of Jubilee, this time around now Jubilee getting the top position, got 29,788, beating the incumbent, who is Kiringo Kubai, who stood up with the UDA, and he got 21,595. In Igembe North, another, giant has been fallen here, who stood with Jubilee, that is Mwaure, falling to Julius Taitumi of UDA, who got 18,115 votes, while Mwaure of Jubilee got 16,446 votes. Another historic election happened at Imenti Central. Remember, this is the constituency in Meru that does not give members of parliament a second chance, so to speak. No one since 1992 has led this constituency for 2 consecutive terms. Now, Moses Kirima of UDA, who is the incumbent, has been given that historic chance to be a second timer in consecutive terms with 27,491, who is a UDA candidate. In Imenti North, here where we are, another historic one, independent candidate Rahim Dawood, who is the incumbent, has defended his seat with 26,218 votes, beating Carol Muriuki of Embakasi Party with 14,528. Remember, Embakasi, the Devolution Empowerment Party, with Kiraitu Murungi as its party leader. And then Imenti South, another one that did not go the UDA way, is Shadrach Mwiti of Jubilee Party, who has 37,997. And then Mwaure constituency, Mugambiri Ndikire, now that one was voted in UDA, 27,240. And in the county leadership now, we're looking at one that has been partly swept by UDA here, is Karambu Kilemia, who is the woman representatives ahead of the rest of the pack. Remember, 11 contestants presented themselves, some independent, some Jubilee, and the rest of the parties who presented themselves to be elected the woman representative of Meru County, but Karambu Kilemia has emerged victorious. And then Kaduri Murungi, who is a senator on a UDA, who is the current Imenti South member of parliament, is the one that is eyeing the Senate and is leading the pack in as far as the Senate race is concerned. That is how the map looks here in Meru County. We are still waiting for more returning constituency, deputy returning officers to show up here with the results from their different constituencies to be verified and ensured that everything is tallying what was, gotten to be announced in the constituency level before now the declaration happens here in this particular hall, where we will be just giving you that as it comes in the right perspective here from Meru. So that is the state of the Meru County race. Sam Gituku and Vicky.
All right, very interesting and very elaborate description of the state of affairs in that county by Hassan Mugambi. Thank you for that. And also very interesting dynamics that you understand, especially at the county seats. You see one Governor Kiraitu Murungi versus Kawira Mwangaza, who is a woman representative running on an independent candidate. Then you also have Senator Mithika Linturi of UDA. And it appears from what Hassan is reporting, that tide might actually not go the way as UDA would have expected. It may not go the way as Azimio may have expected. And actually, Meru residents appear to be suggesting that they want to be led by an independent candidate who's also a woman.
Who's also a woman. So we could see a second announcement there. But again, let's not be presumptive and wait for the results to be announced. To another key race, a key county race that we've been following, that's in Migori. For those who are seeking to succeed the outgoing Governor Okoth Obado, the winner out of that race was the now former Senator Ochilo Ayako. And of course, there were announcements made there yesterday. His closest rival was DAP Kenya's John Pesa. And of course, Ochilo Ayako coming up winning with 175,226 votes versus 126,171 votes that went to John Pesa. So the new governor-elect is one Ochilo Ayako.
we are going to deliver on all the commitments that we made to the people of Migori, but more importantly, we will fight corruption. We will ensure administration lives to its billing that we do not tolerate corruption. We will also ensure that besides delivering the services that a county government is mandated to do, we will embark on a scheme to improve our income, to increase our income. And income will not only be increased in Migori County, but it will also be shared equitably. We want watu wakipata nafasi, wanapata nafasi kila sehemu.
All right, that was the former senator of Migori County, Ochilo Ayako, who is now the governor-elect for Migori County. Remember, he was elected as a senator in the October 2018 by-election and, of course, kept that seat up until this point when he's transitioned into the top seat in the county of Migori.
All right, and I've been receiving a lot of messages, Vicky, because of that, let me just call it a ring, that Governor-elect Jonathan B., Governor Stephen Sang, of course, having won the second term, and also Governor Mandago, who has now won the seat of Senate. And I'm being told that, like I said, the name is Sinendet, and it signifies heroism. It is given during success of any kind, that is politics, circumcision, academic, and war warriors in the past. The plant itself is a climber. This is according to Kibet Kering.
Interesting. I've gotten another one on Twitter. Thank you so much for these cultural lessons as well.
Right.
Duke of Bureti saying some Kalenjins wear it on their neck for celebrations. As you said, it's called Sinendet. And then it's accompanied by Mursik, which we saw that happening. And it's worn on the neck by men and on the head by women. So interesting. Thank you for that.
Oh,
yeah.
That's good.
Very extensive cultural lessons we're getting this morning. Didn't expect it, but thank you.
For you, Vicky.
And for you, Sam.
You mind?
People think like this is a coronation of sorts, but anyway, take it away.
Yeah, so there's another race that we want to focus on, and that is the Homa Bay seat. As we told you earlier on, one Gladys Wanga, who has been woman representative for that county for the past 9 or so years, now becomes the second governor of Homa Bay. Watch.
I'd like to thank the people of Homa Bay for the overwhelming mandate that they've given us. It's deeply humbling. The huge responsibility that has been laid on our shoulders is overwhelming this evening, this morning. We always hoped that we would win, but that we would win with such overwhelming majority and mandate was never in the slightest of our expectation. And therefore, the people of Homa Bay, you have overwhelmed us with your vote of confidence. And I want to state here unequivocally that we will not betray this trust. We will take this responsibility as seriously as you have laid it on us. We will not let you down.
I come back to the county government. I know we've been working as a team, very solid team, who had a unique campaign. I very believe that people are missing our campaign. And I want to thank also my women. I want to emphasize that because, you know, it's unique this time that women, we are growing. Even though the two-thirds gender rules didn't undergo the right passage in Parliament, probably it was frustrated. By this time, I'm telling you, no way it is going to go with Bensouda in Parliament. They're going to achieve it.
For having affirmed their confidence in me and in the party. I also want to thank my colleagues with whom we walked around the county campaigning as a team. We call ourselves the six-piece team. And I'm glad that today indications are that all of us in the six-piece team have all sailed through. In fact, the main cherry now on the cake will be to see Raila Amolo Odinga sworn in as the president of Kenya, because the rest of us already, our positions have been affirmed.
All right, the outcome for the county races in that area, from governor to Senate to women representatives, and you can see the very vocal sentiments that are coming there.
Absolutely. And just to add to that, Sam, because we were talking about this gender dynamic that's playing out in the MP races, and then now, of course, the gubernatorial. And just to kind of give you perspective, we already know that the gubernatorial races were already kind of dominated by men. But for this particular election cycle, there were 20 women candidates vying for different gubernatorial seats. And to kind of see now, so far, Gladys Wanga being the first who's announced, we're yet to see whether that will be the same case in Meru, but again, we're waiting for those numbers to be tabulated. And in the last election cycle, there were 3 female governors who were elected, and just to kind of see how that dynamic has played out. We saw in Nakuru, of course, the former senator also trying to vie for that seat as well. So, you know, we'll see what this means in terms of gender dynamics. And for the first time in the presidential race, 3 women running mates.
I mean, it's historic, and actually to even have the possibility, looks like one of them coming from a major presidential ticket in this election, and are still waiting for the outcome from the IEBC, because they've been receiving those results from the constituency tallying centers and verifying them against what they received from the polling stations, that is Form 34As versus Form 34Bs, then come up with Form 34C, which is the summary of presidential election results from across the country. Let's now focus on some of the races that have been declared for the senatorial seats across the country. We'll begin with Kisumu. Well, let's begin with Busia and see who has won. This is...
Oh, that is Okiya Omtata, who won that seat, garnering 171,681 votes on an NRA ticket, beating Hillary Itela of ODM. Interesting, because I heard someone say now that Okiya is no longer going to be the resident petitioner. Who else will take up the cause for the Kenyan citizen?
But it also show you that, I mean, the residents or the voters of Busia County have noticed the potential that their son has, and especially has been very vocal in matters of public interest. And has won several petitions in the courtroom. We just hope that that work can continue, whether it's by him directly or through the team that he works with. So we say congratulations to Senator Okiya Omtata.
All right, indeed. Kisumu County, the senator-elect is Tom Ojienda of ODM there. And of course, garnering 413,121 votes.
Those are many votes. You know?
That is a mammoth amount of votes when you think about it, just in the senatorial race.
Yeah, he risks being one of those senators who will have won with very high number.
That's an emphatic win, I guess we can call that. Yeah,
exactly, emphatic. Well, Trans Nzoia County, the new senator is Alan Chesang of UDA. Of course, the Trans Nzoia County was such a battleground between the two leading formations. And actually, if you look at the other county races, but also, look, the governor is from DAPK, the senator is from UDA. You'll see some of the seats have been won by parties different from those two that I just mentioned.
Right.
So it's quite a cosmopolitan country when it comes
politically
to
speaking.
Politically speaking.
Yeah.
Again, congratulations to Alan.
All right. And, yep, we showed you the results in the governor's race, but this is now in the senatorial race. Eddie Okech, who won on an ODM ticket, the senator-elect for Migori County.
Does it remind you of something?
What is he supposed to remind me of?
In October 2018, he was in the race against George Wajackoyah.
Yes.
And he threw such an elaborate campaign.
That's right.
Choppers crisscrossing that county, but of course didn't win that election. It went to Ochilo Ayako of ODM that time. Some 4 short years, actually. Yeah, almost 4 short years.
Till 2022.
Yeah, he is. He becomes is it the 4th senator of Migori?
Of Migori, wow. I mean, I guess he was laying the ground ahead of his election now in 2022, so it did count for something eventually. All right, do we have any more announcements? Yes, we do. Homa Bay County, familiar face on the national scene. This is the senator-elect of Homa Bay, Moses Kajwang, on an ODM ticket. And of course, he has retained or defended his seat as senator of Homa Bay.
This will be his third term, if you had to consider his first election through a by-election after his brother died.
Yes.
In the years, which was it? Was it 2014 or 2015? Around that time. So this becomes his third term. Continue to serve at the Senate. We'll focus on another race, and that would be Uasin Gishu and Jackson Mandago, like we saw earlier on, with his Sinendet and Mursik, is the new governor of Uasin Gishu, and the third senator, because the serving one has been Margaret Kamar. She wasn't contesting. Instead, she chose to be on the list of possible nominees to the Senate. She's actually on the first line of Jubilee Party.
And it's an interesting dynamic to see outgoing governors vie for other seats, you know, and seeing them go for seats that would be considered not lower, but certainly not at the level of the governor. But, you know, I guess still having that need to serve the people, but now in a different capacity. So it would be interesting to see him now take on that seat of senator.
All right, let's now cross over to Bomas of Kenya, where we understand there has been a bit of activity as the Kenyans continue watching what's happening there. You can see the flame that was lit a few days ago. And of course, it's supposed to run up until we have a new president or until we have the final results from this election, whichever it goes, whether there will be a runoff or whether there will be a clear winner from round one. Well, the commissioners are yet to come over to make any address, but the expectation is that the different constituency returning officers will be making their way there to be in a position to deliver those materials. And I can only imagine the enormity of this task for returning officers who've been working since the day of election, that is 9th. They've been on the ground waiting for results from all polling stations. They've been waiting to declare the MCA and MP results. And then they have had to now delegate the role of presenting the results for the seats of governor, senator, and women representatives from their respective constituencies. That has been delegated to the deputy returning officers. And now for them is to transition to Nairobi. My suspicion is that they were asked to go rest for the night because they're going to have a very long day today. So they don't burn out from all that very many days of activity.
Right, Simon. You could even see that playing out at the level of the constituency and county levels. Some camping out outside on the ground with their materials to hand over to the constituency tallying center and the county tallying centers. And earlier this morning, I got a glimpse of course, what was happening early in the morning. Some returning officers had gotten to the Bomas of Kenya overnight. No one could tend to them at that time. So they found a couple of seats where they could just lay out and rest before they could submit these forms. So it takes a toll physically as well. And you can appreciate what goes into an election when you see those individuals go to that extent, being the custodians of these forms and handing over at the National Tallying Center. All
right. Okay, very interesting changes in this election. I was just looking out the winner of the Senate race in Trans Nzoia, Alan Chesang, a very young man. I highly doubt that he's over 35 and has been able to trump some veteran politicians in that race. And it's an election that is pretty surprising in many ways when you look at the trends that are shaping out this week.
It really has. And even when you look at the cover of one of the dailies, one of the headlines there, a mix of the old and new guard get tickets to the House. You know, it's just a picture of how the electorate has spoken very differently. New faces who, you know, probably represent the interests of the youth. And then some stalwarts who managed to entrench themselves enough that the electorate felt, no, we'll give you another chance to represent us once again in the House. But just to see how that has played out. It's a mix. We can't say it's a wave in one direction or the other. But it's been interesting to also see some of the big names also fall in this election cycle as well.
Exactly, and there are many, and the falls are quite. Should I say monumental?
Yes.
They're so noticeable, but that's what is happening. Let's now take a look at some of the constituency elections that have so far been declared for the members of parliament, and this will show you the changes that you're talking about here, that you see some races have been won by some independent candidates going against waves, but also for some veteran politicians like Musa Sirma of Eldama Ravine now making a comeback to the House after quite a bit of time being out, actually more than 10 years, but now winning that seat, and also Mwangi Kiunjuri of Laikipia, I believe Laikipia East, making a comeback to the House since 2013 when he went to run for the seat of governor of Laikipia but didn't succeed, became a cabinet secretary, then fell out of cabinet in January 2020, now becoming a member of parliament again. Watch what has been happening in the past few days.
the 2022 general election live on Viusasa. Get instant results on the go and on any device. Whether it's the president, governor, senator, or any other race, be the first to know. Simply go to Viusasa and tap Elections 2022 tab. Live results straight to your phone with Viusasa.
Shabiki.com is all about jackpots, live games, casino, virtual games, weekly promotions, bet builder, bet share, and 24/7 customer service.
It's all about football, basketball, tennis, cricket, motorsport, and so much more.
It's all about the big wins, the big moments, and the big bonuses.
Shabiki.com is all about you, the fun. Kuwa Shabiki. Play now.
Strictly not for persons under the age of 18. Betting can be addictive. Shabiki.com is authorized and regulated by the BCLB. License number 416.
Yupo Mungu mwenye uwezo asiyeshindwa jambo lolote.
Haleluya. Naitwa William Ruto, mwimbaji wa nyimbo za Injili kutoka nchini Tanzania. Kupata wimbo huu wa Yupo Mungu, kama sikiza tune yako, bonyeza *811*381#. Sikiza na Citizen, ni nyumbani kwa wasanii wote.
Sasa, mimi ni Zuri kutoka Safaricom na niko hapa kukuchanua. Kaa macho. Safaricom upiga kutoka 0722 pekee. Ukipigiwa na namba nyingine, usipeane maelezo yako ya kibinafsi. Tuma namba ya mkora kwa 333 ili Safaricom ichukue hatua. Jichanue and take control. Maishani tuinuane.
Laundry detergents help us maintain good hygiene by removing the soils, grease, stains, and dirt from clothing.
Toffee Strong enzymatic particles remove stains easily. Microcapsule fragrance goes into fibers and give you lasting freshness for the whole day.
Colorful day, wonderful scent. This election, Citizen Digital has you covered. Catch all minute-by-minute updates right on your phone. Download the Citizen Digital app, click on the Elections 2022 tab, and choose the option you want to follow. Presidential, Governor, Senator, Women Rep, and MP. Keep up with the latest in numbers, figures, and updates, fresh from the ground to your phone. As Kenya makes its choice this 2022, sit back and keep it Citizen Digital.
Yes, number one. Citizen Digital.
Aren't you excited for the Champions League, Europa, FA Cup?
Gee, every moment from the Premier League, every.
Don't forget local, the Ethiopian and Zambian leagues, and the FIFA World Cup.
You know what they should call it though?
I've got it. Football's greatest season.
Get DSTV so you can drink from every cup that matters in football's greatest season. Only on SuperSport.
High-quality detergents are designed to clean clothes even better from deep down at the fiber level.
Toffee Strong enzymatic particles remove stains easily. Microcapsule fragrance goes into fibers and give you lasting freshness for the whole day.
Colorful day, wonderful scent.
Piga star 544 star 5 hash kuona kama unafaulu kujiunga na mpango wa lipa mdogo mdogo kutoka Safaricom.
Wacha hata nikupewe mwenye ujione. Wow!
Mwelekeo ni internet na Neon Ray Pro.
right, welcome back to Kenya's Choice 2022 right here on Citizen TV. We are back at the Bomas of Kenya, that now becoming a very familiar sight on your screens now that focus has turned to the National Tallying Center, where the presidential results will be announced, and it is picking up in terms of activity. From what we saw earlier in the morning, the tables there set up to serve different purposes for the returning officers who will be coming with the Forms 34A for verification. But Sam, you know, looking at this picture, I don't know whether it helps with the patience factor that we've been telling Kenyans to keep.
That's a good question, and especially when you look at it and you don't see the commissioners at the top there, because when you see them at the podium, that's when you realize that it's just about to get some more announcements from the constituencies. But yeah, to answer your question, I don't think it does. So far, only 6 constituencies have been reported by Wafula Chebukati coming from the constituency returning officers, and those are Webuye East, which was the first one. Then there was Baringo Central, Oljerok, and then there's Kadiani, there's Kangundo, both in Machakos County, and Lamu East constituency in Lamu County. Those are the ones that have been declared by the IEBC returning officer for the presidential election, that is Wafula Chebukati. And just here to point out that those tallies, as announced by Wafula Chebukati, are the same that were declared at the constituency level. So it appears the Form 34Bs are pretty consistent with what Wafula Chebukati is announcing, and those become part of the content for Form 34C, which is the form that summarizes results from across the constituencies.
That's right. And you, as a Kenyan citizen or interested party, really, can actually access these Forms 34B, much like you can the Forms 34A, on the IEBC Forms portal. Again, this is just for the sake of accountability and transparency through this election cycle. Probably a bit easier to get through the Forms 34B because it's just 290 of them. But Sam, in terms of how many have come through so far?
Yes, let me check that out. Actually, the tally, the number has risen. It's at 192 out of 291, and the 291st is from the diaspora. Okay. So that's a performance of close to 2/3 of the forms, at 65.98 forms so far received. And so any Kenyan who is able to get access to that will have a feel of where this is headed. And of course, we're still waiting because the remainder of 99 constituencies have to upload those forms, then start the short or the long journey to the Nairobi's National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya, where Ayub has been camping to witness history, if I may say, the conclusion of the presidential election for the general election of the year 2022. So if you look at that whole, this is consistent with what we've seen in previous elections. Yes. Because even in 2017, a time like now, that was the situation up until later in the day, starting from the afternoon hours. That's when you start to see the hall starting to fill up. That's right. And then when you start to see that, then you get a feel that there might be an announcement that could be coming. So we'll wait and see. Wafula Chebukati, of course, has been saying that they have a total of 7 days to do the tally. So by Monday, that should be sort of the 7th day, but different commissioners, different voices have been saying it is likely that by Saturday, which is tomorrow, we might know the outcome of this election.
Right, that is the hope. And when you think about some of the results that would be populating those Forms 34B, because not all of the Forms 34A are completely in. When you look at the IEBC portal, it puts it at 99.94%. So almost. There remaining 26 Forms 34A that's still yet to be submitted. So the counties that have not done fully, Garissa, which has 3 more to submit, Kakamega has 3 more as well. Other counties that are yet to fully submit, Mandera, which has 1 more Form 34A to submit. Another here is Nandi County that has 1 more left to submit. Narok 2 more, and Tana River with 1 more, and lastly Wajir, which of course was affected by the unrest in Eldas, is yet to submit several of its Forms 34A.
Right, and when you look at the series, the Form 34Bs, in Nairobi City County, there are some 17 constituencies, meaning 17 Form 34Bs should be received. So far, it is only 7 that have been uploaded to the system, so 10 constituencies are still pending. Let me just take you through the list of sub-counties that have submitted the forms from those constituencies: Dagoretti South, Embakasi North, Embakasi West, Kasarani, Makadara, Mathare, and Ruaraka. But the constituencies that have not submitted include Westlands, Starehe, Roysambu, Langata, Kibra, Kamukunji, Embakasi South, Embakasi East, Embakasi Central, and Dagoretti North. Of course, they are in the city. There still appears to be some work that is being done by the returning officers of those constituencies before they can submit those forms to the IEBC portal. And Vicky, I hear there's some developing news.
That's right. Didmas Baraza has surrendered himself to the authorities. This, of course, after he was at large following an incident on election night, actually, where he was suspected of shooting an aide of one of the competitors in the MP race, which he ended up winning. And so that news just in. That he's the Kimilili MP, has just handed himself over to authorities. As that story continues to develop, we heard from local authorities yesterday that their investigations are still ongoing. And of course, at that point, they were still looking for him and asking for members of the public to give any information. That search ended once he submitted himself to authorities as of now.
All right, and of course, it's one of the unfortunate incidents that we have had in this election of someone losing their life because of a political contest. Now, let's cross over to Siaya County. We have spoken about Kisumu, we've spoken about Homa Bay, but Siaya, and also Migori, but there's a 4th county in that area, that is Siaya County, where Samogina has been standing by, waiting for results across the constituencies in that region. Sam, do we now know with finality the outcomes for the county elections for governor, senator, woman rep?
Well, that is the exercise that we are waiting to unravel just before our eyes here. And I would say that the people who are keeping us waiting really are the candidates themselves, because so far as the IEBC officials here are concerned, they've done their final tallies. They are very ready with their final announcement and just waiting for the candidates to make their way here and make that declaration. Probably the numbers that we have really showed that out of the 4 governor candidates for Siaya County, Siaya Senator James Agri Orengo is a designate governor for Siaya County, having walked away with 220,349 votes against his closest challenger, who was a former Rarieda Member of Parliament, Nicholas Gumbo, who amassed 147,558 votes. In the Senate race, the Senate race in Siaya County attracted 6 candidates. Out of the 6 candidates, of course, your guess is as good as mine. Raila Odinga's elder brother, Oburu Odinga, walking away with 285,595 votes against his closest challenger, Julius Okinda, who is an independent candidate, only amassing a paltry 33,898 votes. In the women representative race, it is again ODMs for the taking. Out of the 7 candidates that presented themselves to be Siaya women representative, it is Christine Ombaka. Christine Ombaka, sponsored by the Orange Democratic Party, here with 207,748 votes against MDG candidate Stella Ayimba, 145,506 votes. Now, that is how the leadership structure here in Siaya County looks like. It is complete. The only thing that we are waiting for is for the candidates to make their way here at the County Tallying Center and for the IEBC to conclude this exercise. It has been a painstakingly slow, laborious and intensive exercise for the IEBC officials. Remember that they had to undertake the tallying, really, given that the exercise or the results from the polling stations are the final results, so they had to do the tallies from all across the polling stations here in Siaya County, and that is why it has taken them this long to make this declaration come true. So of course, any minute from now, of course, after the arrival of the candidates, we should be, or better yet, IEBC should be making that declaration, presenting the winners or the victors with their certificates, and just probably now give Siaya County their leaders. Maybe something that I need to point out as I conclude is from what we've witnessed before from members of parliament elect is that they have shelved their celebrations. They are not celebrating just yet, saying that they are waiting for the big celebration, and that big celebration is something that they say will be coming from Nairobi. Most of them really, after they were congratulated and even handed over their certificates for being MPs elect, they made their way straight to Nairobi to join their colleagues in Nairobi, saying that that is the moment, the big moment that they are waiting for, given that they are coming from Siaya County, and Siaya County is a county that is producing a leading presidential candidate, and for that matter, they're not going to celebrate just yet. They are waiting for the IEBC's results in the presidential race, and well, if probably they are hoping that that exercise will go their way. They are hoping that ODM party leader Raila Odinga probably will be named or will be declared the presidential winner. That is only when they can mount a celebration here in Siaya County. So probably they will be celebrating in Nairobi, and then of course from Nairobi come down to Siaya County, the home of Raila Odinga, now to have a holistic celebration here in Siaya County. So that is the situation here. We await for the arrival of the candidates, but as I said, Governor Siaya County, James Agri Orengo, just waiting to be crowned Governor for Siaya County. Senator Siaya County, that is Raila Odinga's elder brother Oburu Oginga, and woman representative Siaya County, Christine Ombaka, all sponsored by the Orange Democratic Party. And of course, being Siaya County, it is the bastion of the Orange Party. And of course, from the results that we've been able to receive all across the entire county is, better yet, the ODM party has rubber stamped its authority here in this county, running away with 5 out of the 6 parliamentary seats. The only seat that they lost out is the Ugenya parliamentary seat that went to David Ochieng of the MDG party. Of course, David Ochieng spoiling the party for the Orange Democratic Party once again, given that he did that in 2019, and of course in this particular election he's once again spoiled the party for the Orange Democratic Party. And in terms of the members of County Assembly, out of a possible 30 seats, ODM has walked away with 27 out of the 30 seats, and of course the rest is a UFP member of County Assembly. There is an MDG member of County Assembly, and an independent candidate also walking away, just trying to spoil the party for a uniformity of ODM rubber stamping its authority all across this county, 041 Siaya County that it is. Back to you at the Communication Center, Sam.
All right, thank you so much, Sam Ogina, for that very comprehensive report about the events in Siaya County. Like he says, it appears that ODM has taken almost a clean sweep, especially for the county seats, the National Assembly, apart from that one from Ugenya that has been won by David Ochieng of MDG. but also talking about the county assembly races. Percentage of 75% have gone to ODM, that is 27 out of 36. Very interesting results coming from Siaya, but also, Vicky, that the leaders are saying, yes, we have won, but you're delaying our celebration until we hear of the presidential election outcome. Then that would tell you the sort of expectations that are across this country, every corner of the country waiting to see what will be the outcome at the national level.
Absolutely. It's not just the electorate, voters, but, you know, the political class, knowing that linkage between national politics and county level politics as well. But let's cross over to get some live pictures at the Nairobi County Tallying Center. Of course, there is where various seats, including the gubernatorial, senatorial, and women rep results, will be announced. Very interesting races when you look at those. Of course, in the gubernatorial race, the two front runners, Polycarp Igathe of Jubilee and Johnson Sakaja of UDA, contending out of a field of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 other individuals who are looking to take the seat in Nairobi. I had to make sure my math was right. I'm sitting next to Simon Gituku, who is a walking calculator. And then, of course, there is the senatorial race where the ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna is gunning for that, as well as UDA's Bishop Margaret Wanjiru, nominated MP Maina Kamau.
And that's another race that had a lot. I think there are almost 13 candidates for Senate.
Unbelievable.
Nairobi City.
The interested drew, but it's Nairobi.
But also, I mean, there are 17 constituencies, so even if you had to get one aspirant from every constituency, they didn't hit that because they settled at 13.
Right.
But like I said, Nairobi City County is very interesting, especially for the national contest and those bigger county seats, bearing in mind that we're talking about 2.41 million registered voters. Right. This is like where all the communities of the country meet, people with different political interests, people with different cultural interests. They meet in Nairobi City to go about their lives, and therefore there's such a mix of the electorate and diverse interest. And like I told you earlier on, some 10 constituencies are yet to submit their results declaration forms for the presidential election, that is 34B, so that we can also see how the different candidates in this presidential election fared across those areas. So we will wait to see how soon that begins. But like I said, I think the explanation why the county tallying centers are delaying is because the constituency returning officers, but in this case, the deputy returning officers of the constituencies have had such a long 3-4 days and nights. So it serves them right to just take a short break, get some sleep, get some rest, and then come in the morning to be in a position to proceed with that very important duty. I understand that you need to cross somewhere else?
Yes, I believe we are heading to, is it Embakasi South, to get an update on the numbers there. Let's cross over now, and then, of course, once activity goes up at the Nairobi Tallying Center, then we'll cross back over there.
Yeah, so that race is for Julius Mwaure, who has been running for that seat, defending that seat on a wiper ticket. We understand that there are indications that he could be in the lead, so we're expecting an announcement to come from that side. Let's listen.
$199 votes. Karibu. Jina langu ni Mwaure, Misuli Mwaure, Member of Parliament, Embakasi South, mpaka 2032. Nataka kurudisha shukrani sana kwa kuona inabidi ama inafaa mimi nichaguliwe. Ndiyo tamu yangu hii inaisha 2027, alafu baada ya election tutaendelea. Sawa? Kama mnavyojua, mimi niliahidi kwamba nitawasomeshea watoto wenu kuanzia nursery mpaka university. Kwa hivyo, kwa hayo mengi, tuko na jukumu kubwa hapa mbele, sio? Hii serikali inakuja wakati ambao kuna upungufu wa hela kidogo. Hii tamu yetu ya pili, tuhakikisha kwamba tumetunza vijana wetu. Tamu yetu ya pili, tuhakikisha kwamba tumetunza mama wetu. Hii tamu yetu ya pili, tunaona ile barabara zote zimebakia.
All right, that's interesting. He's saying that he'll be MP until 2032. No, he's won one term, that is up to 2027. If he will want to defend, then he'll have to go through an election. But also there's something else that he says, tangu tuchukue uongozi. Winning a city is such communal. It's not just you yourself.
Right, right.
But he is the member of parliament. He's not the members of parliament.
You know, I think it's some in our political class forget that when you're voted in, it's literally the electorate handing over their power to you to govern them, but you serve the electorate.
Yes.
So, you know, that exchange, that transaction, you know, many times feel that it's a coronation. It's not a coronation. You're not a monarch. You are there to serve the electorate. So anyhow.
It's interesting how, I mean, I think it's a Kenyan thing, how we speak. Even when you're sick, we're not feeling well. Anyway, let's cross over to someone else. You want to take
Yes, that is right. Kilifi North, we understand that the MP there has retained his seat, Owen Baya. So this is interesting. He has clinched it on a UDA ticket, but when he first entered into the National Assembly back in 2017, it was under an ODM ticket. So,
imagine, interesting.
Interesting transition there. Great.
Yep. So, and of course, you're still waiting for the announcement of the county results for Kilifi County, all the way from the governor, woman representative, and the Senate. And do we have something to listen to in as far as the Kilifi North is concerned? Here it is.
I'm excited for the people of Kilifi North, and that this gives us another opportunity to work for them, to do development for them. Of course, the win is important, but more importantly, we want to work for the people of Kilifi North. This is their win, this is their victory. And I want to tell the people of Kilifi County in general that we are coming. We have started this journey, the first step, this is the second step, and we'll get to the third step. But I also want to ask my competitors, the worthy opponents, it's time to come together. They bring their ideas so that we can work for Kilifi North, all of us. But I also want to thank my supporters very, very much for standing by me. I also want to thank my team, my staff. They've been wonderful people. They have stood by me. They have believed in me and believed in our cause. So I want to say thank you very much to everybody who's been part of this great end.
All right, so this morning proving to be a litany of results and wins being announced, of course, once the tally is done. And we expect to hear more of that in the course of the day. Let's cross over now, though, really quickly to the Bomas of Kenya. We understand that activity is picking up slightly. That central flame is going to be a fixture in my mind as a result of this election.
Until it goes off.
Until it goes out. Yeah, certainly. But of course, more returning officers again, bringing their forms 34A to be collated, verified. Of course, we've seen the tallying for the forms 34B, which comes from the constituency level, also streaming in and being submitted on the portal. You have access to that on the IEBC Forms portal. You have access to the forms 34A and the forms 34B as well. So if you want to follow that process and you're a keen individual who wants to keep track of the numbers, you can do that right along with us and the IEBC as well.
All right, and so we'll keep going back to the Bomas of Kenya to also speak to Ayub Abdikadir, who is there for us to bring us to speed as soon as there's more activity coming from that side. But in the meantime, there's another race that has been declared, that is Ndaragwa Member of Parliament. This is in Nyandarua County. The Member of Parliament that has been there the past 5 years is one Jeremiah Kioni. He's the Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, but now the tides have changed, and George Wajackoyah is the winner of that seat on a UDA ticket. Watch.
The Member of National Assembly elect for Nyandarua constituency is George Wajackoyah.
All right, those are the images from Ndaragwa. The Member of Parliament is George Wajackoyah, of course, having defeated Jeremiah Kioni. And Vicky, it's interesting when you look at, they have a thing for decorating our necks. In Nandi, Uasin Gishu, they are decorating with sinendet.
Right.
But the sinendet in Ndaragwa looks quite different.
Yeah, not as flashy or voluminous as the ones you've seen in Nandi or Uasin Gishu. But yeah, very interesting to see that there's some form of decorative, you know, not clothing, but material that is put on the winner. But we'll be seeing lots and lots of that as more wins are announced. On your neck? I have not had the privilege of having such on my neck, but you're seeing a split screen here of action happening at the National Tallying Center and then at the Nairobi County Tallying Center. And you know, we took you through some of the key races in Nairobi, critical ones also because of the significance of Nairobi in the country beyond being the geographical capital. It's the administrative capital, it's the economic capital.
Right.
Sam, you were talking about how diverse and cosmopolitan it is.
Yeah.
So, of course, it would attract several individuals who'd want to take part in representing the electorate in Nairobi.
And actually, there is the way you know that is when you even look at the governorship tickets, how they pick the candidate and the running mate. They never come from the same community. They have to try as much as possible to look around, but also think about the voter population. Sometimes considering the ethnic composition of the county. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, but you can imagine, for instance, if you are to even look at history, Governor Mike Sonko, his deputy, Polycarp Igathe, from two diverse communities that have high numbers. If you are to look at Governor Evans Kidero and Deputy Jonathan Mweke from, again, two other diverse communities and political parties that would have a footing here in the city. And also, even in this election, Governor candidate Johnson Sakaja and his running mate, One Mushiri, diverse communities. Look at Polycarp Igathe and one running mate by the name Professor Kaloki, again from two different communities that have reasonable numbers here in the city.
Absolutely. So there you have it, some of the key races we are anticipating once one of them is up in terms of activity and those numbers streaming in. We will be crossing over. And as we said, of course, Nairobi attracting the gubernatorial seat. Quite a few candidates, the two frontrunners, and we've talked about them, UDA's Johnson Sakaja and Jubilee's Polycarp Igathe. So the race appearing to be between those two in terms of the numbers. If that is announced today, we will let you know. The senatorial race will also be announced right there at the county tallying center, as well as the woman rep race. So very interesting to also see how that spread across the country as well. And we've been giving you the winners in various seats from MP to senatorial to gubernatorial. That will be streaming in terms of results throughout the course of the day. And of course, Bomas of Kenya will be linking back in throughout because that is where all focus is right now. This is now 3 days after Election Day. And again, I remember someone on Twitter saying that we need to include a chapter on patience in the Kenyan Constitution. Because we have really been tested in that area.
Is a national value as a word?
I think so. I'm not sure. They said an entire chapter. I think it warrants that at this rate. But certainly we hear from all the IEBC commissioners that we need to exercise patience, from political agents as well. That just needs to be a virtue through this time because of how tedious this process is. And we see some celebrations there in the bottom right corner of the screen from Nandi, I believe. And we, of course, we had crossed over there a bit earlier on to show the gubernatorial winner, who actually is the sitting governor, Stephen Sang, a bit earlier on. So we're not sure which seat this is, but nonetheless, they're celebrating.
There's a celebration. What did you just... Celebrations that are election related. Yeah. That we are sure.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, and of course, Bomas there on your far left, and in your top right-hand corner is the Nairobi Tallying Center in Kasarani, where we're waiting for 3 key seats to be announced in terms of results. The presidential, of course, at Bomas, and then some of the county races that we'll be announcing from time to time. So far, the ones that we have announced in terms of winners, at least in the gubernatorial, Uasin Gishu, Kakamega, West Pokot, Trans Nzoia, Busia, Homa Bay, and Kisumu. And of course, as they stream in, and Nandi County as well, we'll be bringing those to you.
Right. Let's now cross over to Kinangop constituency, where I understand that one Kenya Thuku has won the seat of Member of National Assembly. Watch. All right, of course, right, Kenya Thuku comes from the Jubilee Party, and he has won that seat in Nyandarua, and of course going against what appears to have been a UDA wave in that county, so he defends his seat successfully. And of course there is another candidate, that is one David Kiaraho, who retained his Olkalou seat. And of course, these are the two lucky members of parliament to be re-elected on a Jubilee ticket in Nyandarua County. Vicky.
Yeah, certainly. We wouldn't think that we would be saying that they're lucky or it's a rare phenomenon, given the prowess that Jubilee once had in the Mount Kenya region. But I mean, this is how fortunes change and shift in the political arena. This again, live pictures of what's going on at the Bomas of Kenya. But let's change your scenery a bit, because we focused a lot on the Bomas. And I believe our very own Martin Munene is ready and standing by in Nyeri town. So let's listen in to hear from him.
All right, very good morning from Nyeri County. We are at the Nyeri County Tallying Center in Nyeri Town constituency. This is the Nyeri Technical College, and as you can see, the IEBC officials there doing their job. What we can say currently is that we have been able to get results from about 5 constituencies out of the 6 constituencies that make Nyeri County. Their results are from Othaya, their results from Mokoroine, Kieni. The only constituency that is yet to finish the announcement of the results is actually Madera. Madera, an important constituency in Nyeri County, especially in this election, considering that it is where Rigathi Gachagua, who is the running mate for Deputy President William Ruto in the presidential race under the Kenya Kwanza ticket, comes from. Now, so far, we can confirm that in Othaya constituency, the person who got elected as member of parliament is Wambogo Wainaina on a UDA party ticket. And when we go to Kieni, where Njoroge Wainaina was also declared winner, he was on a UDA ticket. Going to Mokoroine, John Kagusha was also declared winner. He was also vying under the UDA party. In Teto, Geoffrey Wandeto was also declared winner, handed his certificate, and he was also on a UDA ticket. Here where we are in Nyeri Town, we did get the results announced yesterday evening, and also likewise in Nyeri Town constituency, the person who was on a UDA ticket was declared the winner, and that is Duncan Mathenge. Now we are waiting for Madera. The results are actually being announced as we speak. We are to get the final tally of the parliamentary results, but we have already received results for the presidential tally, and it's looking like this is how it looks in Madera. Raila Odinga has been able to garner 9,328 votes against Ruto's 63,715 votes. Wahiga has garnered 139 votes. Wajackoyah has garnered 257 votes. Now we are waiting to get the county tallies for the gubernatorial, senatorial, and the woman rep seat. What I understand from this tallying center is that the results they're working on are results from Nyeri Town constituency, Othaya constituency, Mokoroine constituency, and Teto. The only 2 that are yet to get here are from Kieni. Kieni, that is already done, but they're yet to get here. But in Madera, actually the announcement is still ongoing, therefore that could come a bit later. The information we have from this tallying center is that from around 1 or 2, therefore, thereabout rather, we would be able to be getting results for the 3 county seats. But across the county, in the 5 constituencies where results have been announced, it seems that UDA is having a field day, because even when we look at the MCA seats, the majority of them actually out of 30, the projection is that a majority of these seats will be going to the UDA party, because in the 5 constituencies that the results are actually official, almost all of them are, save for 2, are actually going or have actually gone to the UDA party. Therefore, we expect that the assembly will be also a majority. The majority side will be formed by members of the UDA party, and that is how things are like in Nyeri County. We're keeping a close eye on what is happening here in this tallying center, because it is where now the action shifts to, and we're going to, of course, be updating our viewer on how the progress is like. Back to in studio from Nyeri County, I'm Martin Monene.
Great, fantastic. Thank you so much, Martin Munene, I beg your pardon. Give us an update from Nyeri town. We are now going to cross over really quickly to the Kisii County Tallying Center, where our very own Crispin Otieno is standing by with the latest from there as well. Tallying still continuing. Crispin, what can you tell us about the situation there?
Kisii Polytechnic. This is the Kisii County Tallying Center. As you can see, it is all
All right, we have a challenge with the sound quality from Crispin Otieno. I will try to correct that and bring that link to you so that we can understand what he has to say from the county tallying center, where we're expecting that to have results for governorship, woman representative, and the Senate at this point in time. But for now, we're receiving some new information that later today there will be a press conference by Joseph Kinyua, who is the head of public service at 12 p.m. The subject matter is the assumption of office. Of course, you know that upon the election of the presidential candidate, there is supposed to be set in motion the process of assumption of office. It is spelled out in law. In the Constitution first, it talks about when that should happen, but also there is a law on the assumption of office that details who should be the members of the committee that should be steering that process. We'll be in a position to share with you the details, but it's supposed to be headed by the Secretary to the Cabinet. At the moment, one Joseph Kinyua serves as the acting Secretary to the Cabinet, and so should be the convener of that team. As soon as we are ready with that press conference at 12, that is midday, we'll be sure to bring it to you. But let's cross over back to Kisii County, where Crispin Otieno has been waiting for close to 4 days now for the outcome of the county races. Crispin, good morning. Try again.
Well, good morning, Sam. We are coming to you straight from Kisii Polytechnic. This is the county's tallying center, and as you can see behind me, it's a beehive of activities. We've started to see constituency returning officers trooping to this auditorium in readiness for to verification of their results, and of course subsequent scrutiny, and also the announcement, which we also expecting any moment from now. Earlier on, we had indicated to you that so far we have received 100% results from all the 9 constituencies within Kisii County, and the latest results so far we've had is from the Nyaribari Chache constituency, where Zahir Jandar of UDA clinched the seat after garnering 31,684. It was followed by the outgoing MP Richard Tongi, who is from Jubilee Party. He garnered 10,039 votes, and number 3 in that category was James Kinani of ODM, who got 5,086. In Nyaribari Masaba, we also already have the results. Dr. Daniel Manduku from ODM clinched the Nyaribari seat after he garnered 16,303 votes, trouncing Elijah Moindi, who came second after he got 4,482 votes. Moindi is from NAC Kenya Party. And in Boma Choge Burabu also, we've received the results from that particular constituency. And the one leading is Engineer Obadiah Barongo of ODM. He trounced all his opponents after scoring after garnering 15,851 votes. Zadok Ogutu from Jubilee, who is the outgoing MP in that constituency, garnered 7,956 votes, and Onderion Tweka, who was an independent candidate in Bomachoge Burabu, got 4,286. Remember earlier on we had also given you the results from Kilifi South, where Anthony Kibagendi of ODM also emerged victorious in that constituency. And right now we are just waiting for the 9 returning officers from across the constituencies within Kisii to make their way to this place whereby the tabulation, collation and tabulation of results is being conducted. And remember, in Kisii County, one of the most hotly contested seats is the gubernatorial race, where everybody is just waiting to see who shall be taking over Kisii County government offices. As far as the gubernatorial race is concerned, we shall also be keeping an eye to see how candidates are faring on under the senatorial seat, and of course the woman rep seat. So some from this particular county tallying center, it's just a wait and see situation, and later on, once everything shall be ready, we shall again link up with you to update our viewers on how candidates have performed in different categories. Sam.
All right, thank you so much, Crispin Otieno. Again, very interesting results coming from Kisii County. Such a mixed bag of different political parties that were gathering for various seats in that area. For instance, what he's talking about Nyaribari Chache going to UDA, and we're talking about Nyaribari Masaba going to ODM, Bomachoge Borabu going to ODM, and a mixed bag of sorts. And I mean, this is a quite a remarkable election that you are seeing all this.
It really is. It probably doesn't take the form of what politicians are notorious for saying on the campaign trail of one suit for all 6 seats.
The 6-piece suit.
It's
not working.
It doesn't seem to be. The people are having a very different, opinion on things, and it's showing in the results. But of course, speaking of which, in Nairobi, we need to see how those chips fall for the senatorial, for the gubernatorial, and for the women rep race. But
I actually find that analogy of a 6-piece suit quite interesting, because initially, because of the 3 seats, there was president, MP, and councillor. It was easy to say 3-piece. So you'd have your coat, what I'm wearing. You have a half coat. Then you have your trouser. Now, when you make it 6 and say that it should be a 6-piece suit, I'm wondering, should you wear a shirt that looks like your coat?
A tie?
A vest that looks like your coat. And the socks. And I think the voters are taking this literally and thinking we need to dress up differently.
We need to dress up differently, mix it up a bit. Exactly. All right.
We now want to go to Ayub, who is at the Bomas of Kenya, has been holding brief for us. Ayub, good morning. What can you tell us now? We're still waiting. It's now almost 11 a.m. Do we know so far how many more constituencies have come, and what are the commissioners saying?
Good morning, Sam. Good morning, Vicky, from the National Tallying Center here at the Bomas of Kenya. And so far, what we have on the projected screens here at the National Tallying Center is that 46,203 polling stations have so far relayed the transmission online on the IEBC portal out of the total 46,229. What that then means is 26 more to go before that number hits 100% on the projected screens here at the Bomas of Kenya, where the IEBC is undertaking the verification exercise in the authentication and the verification of the Form 34As that have been transmitted electronically from the polling stations across the country and the physically delivered forms by the returning officials here at the Bomas of Kenya. And what in a nutshell happens in any given table just down where I'm standing here is that the IEBC staff will be sharing the same table with the agents representing 4 presidential candidates, in this case, Professor George Wajackoyah of the Roots Party, Agano Party's Wahiga David Mwaure, the Agano Party, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Political Party presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga, and the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, and by extension on the United Democratic Alliance presidential candidate, Deputy President William Ruto. Then they counter-check what's tallied in the forms that are electronically transmitted and the physically delivered forms by the returning officials, and that is then handed over to another desk which is just beneath the podium where the IEBC chairperson and fellow commissioners normally sit during their press briefings. And there what happens is a security check to authenticate whether the form is the original one as printed by the contracted firm Inform Lycos, which is based in the Greek capital Athens. The security features is what they substantiate before that is handed over to the poll commission's chairperson Wafula Chebukati, who then takes that original form to a safe just behind where he is seated for tabulation, and then he will be using that to declare the presidential results and the next president of the Republic of Kenya. So that exercise is at the moment ongoing down where I'm standing here, and agents of presidential candidates, political party representatives have been here since morning, and as I have mentioned, some of the notable political figures that I managed to point out amongst the crowd includes Kanini Kega, the outgoing Kieni Member of Parliament and the Director of Elections of the Jubilee Party. He was in the company of the ODM Party Chairman John Buddy. I've also witnessed the presence of the executive legal official at the office of the Deputy President, Korir Singoi, doctor, and also the Kericho County Senator, who was here as part of the team representing the Deputy President. And here is more or less an exercise that the IEBC is undertaking with considerable scale of caution, because you have to ensure the numbers are accurate. And what we so far have of the tabulated results from respective constituencies, including Baringo Central in Baringo County, Kathiani in Machakos County, Lamu East in Lamu County, Ojorok in the county of Nyandarua, is that of the number so far, what has been tallied here on the projected screens of the presidential results, that so far we have registered voters who have reported in those polling stations 316,406. This represents about 65.84%, and the rejected votes so far of that number is 1,939. Earlier on, you queried about the timing element here, because what so far has been tallied here is a minutiae of 46,229 polling stations across the country. The IEBC has a time frame of 7 days to declare the presidential outcome, and that is a time frame within which the commission, according to the chairperson of Wafula Chebukati, will be undertaking the exercise, and it can't go beyond Tuesday next week, and therefore it means that the president-elect will be declared on or before Tuesday the 15th of August 2022. Therefore it's an activity-led Bomas of Kenya, the National Tallying Center of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, where that exercise is underway, will be underway in the coming days as the returning officials come here in number. So far as of yesterday evening, we had 80. We expect the number to increase today, and we expect that to be also pointed out in the next presses and briefings that will be issued by the poll commission headed by Wafula Chebukati here at the National Tallying Center. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Ayub, coming to us from the Bomas of Kenya. And of course, telling us about the wait that you have to endure as we wait for those officials to receive the constituency returning officers, and also to do their processing of those results and eventually come back to the country to update their list of 6 constituencies, which they had announced between yesterday evening hours and then later in the night. That so far we are seeing about Webuye East, Baringo Central, Ojorok, Kathiani, Kajiado, Lamu East are the only constituencies whose results have been declared by IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati, the returning officer of the presidential election. Vicky?
Indeed, and so the wait continues, and we'll make you wait a bit longer as we take a break here on Kenya's Choice 2022. Much more ahead. Please stay with us.
Sona moja imetengenezwa kwa njia spesheli ili kupambana na maumivu kwa haraka. Sona moja ina aspirin kama kiungo. Sona moja, kitulizo kamili. Maumivu yakizidi, pata ushauri wa daktari.
My family is blessed. My children are blessed. My job is blessed. No weapon fashioned against my family will prosper. My children will reach their full potential. We will not die before our time. We shall eat the good of the land. We shall prosper. Diseases are not our portion. Good health is our portion. Riches and wealth are our portion. Amen.
Dial *811 404# to get My Family is Blessed.
Nyosha shilingi zaidi na zaidi. Sasa unapata ofa juu ya ofa ya kuwa 100% data bonus leo. Alafu piga *544# au tembelea My Safaricom app kununua bundle na kupata target yako. Safaricom is for you.
Shabiki Jackpot Mbao wiki hii. Cheza mechi hizi ili ushinde 21,029,102 shillings. Shabiki Jackpot Mbao, the easiest jackpot in Kenya.
Strictly not for persons under the age of 18. Betting can be addictive. Play responsibly. Shabiki.com is authorized and regulated by the BCLB. License number 416.
Uh-oh, Donna. You've got places to be, and this chump has forgotten something. But he must trust you, leaving you with his basket. Time to take matters into your own hands. Grab that papaya. Now, make a mess of it.
Bing bang ding, ding ding bang, bam bam bang, ding bang ding, bam bam.
Sasa, mimi ni Zuri kutoka Safaricom na niko hapa kukuchanua. Kaa macho. Safaricom upiga kutoka 0722 000 000 pekee. Ukipigiwa na namba nyingine, usipeane maelezo yako ya kibinafsi. Tuma namba ya mkora kwa 333 ili Safaricom ichukue hatua. Jichanue and take control.
Did you know there is no need to seek services such as chemotherapy, hormone therapy, immunotherapy, and targeted therapy abroad as they are all offered locally?
The Nairobi Hospital is a center of renal excellence, providing cutting-edge technology through more than 10 dialysis machines. As a patient, you are certain to get quality medicine at the best possible prices at our fully stocked pharmacies.
Dial *126# or download My Safaricom app and let's lift one another.
Choice 2022, we continue our coverage here on Citizen TV. Beg your pardon. Okay, can you hear me now? Fantastic. Apologies for that technical hitch. That is my fault. Welcome back to Kenya's Choice 2022. Our coverage continues right here on Citizen TV. Let's cross over now to Kakamega, where John Wanyama has an update on the situation there.
muhimu sana kwa wakazi wa maeneo bunge mbalimbali katika kaunti hii ya Kakamega, pale ambapo tumeweza kuona kwamba Azimio imeweza kuvuna na wenyewe wanasema kwamba wamefanya kile kitu. Na siku hii ya leo vile unaona nina mbunge ambaye ameweza kuchaguliwa katika eneo hili. Mheshimiwa, pengine utuambie unajihisi namna gani wakati ambapo umechaguliwa kuwa mbunge wa eneo hili, na pengine siri ilikuwa nini wewe kuweza kunyakua ushindi?
Yes, asante sana. Yangu ni kusema kwanza shukrani kubwa sana kwa wakazi wa Likuyani kwa kuniamini na kunipa majukumu ili niwakilishe katika bunge la 13. Na ushindi huu haungewezekana kama wananchi hawangejitokeza kwa wingi na kunipigia kura. Labda niseme tofauti ambayo ilifanya labda niweze kufaulu ni kwamba tulikuja na ujumbe tofauti, na ujumbe huu ulikuwa kwamba eneo bunge letu lina shida nyingi na lazima tupate uongozi ambao utasaidia kutatua hizi shida zote. Uongozi ambao ulikuwa unaangazia tu swala moja la mambo ya elimu na CDF, lakini katika jamii tunajua shida ni nyingi na hakuja kuwa na mwongozo ama mwelekeo wowote wa kutatua shida kama za ajira, kutatua shida za barabara, shida za stima, ambaye mbunge anafaa awakilishe wananchi katika mashirika na zile serikali ambazo zinahusika na miundo misingi ya mambo haya, kwa wale wanaohusika na mambo ya kuajiri sana vijana wetu, masuala ya kusaidia watu wetu kibiashara. Tumekosa mwongozo katika masuala haya. Nadhani ujumbe huo uliwafikia wananchi kwa vizuri sana, na wao wakaamua pia kwa kauli moja kwamba ni wakati wa mabadiliko.
Mbunge wa Likuyani, katika kaunti hii ya Kakamega mmeweza pengine kupata ama kuzoa ushindi wa takriban viti vya wabunge 9 ambavyo mmeweza kuvuna katika eneo hili. Pengine tunatarajia kuona uchaguzi wa magavana unaokuja. Pengine ujumbe wenu ni upi?
Asante sana. Ukiangalia katika wabunge tumepata viti 9 katika ODM na tumepata 1 katika DAP. Wapinzani wetu wamepata 2 katika chama cha ANC, na tukiangalia katika members of County Assembly MCAs tumepata kama Azimio tumepata 45 na pia tumepata 3 I think independent. So dalili zote zinaonyesha kwamba pia hii kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana kimechukua mkondo, na mkondo huu tunaona ni kwamba Fernandez Baraza ambaye anapeperusha bendera ya ODM kwa ugavana akiwa na Ayub Savula kama deputy wake ndio wataweza kupata ushindi.
Asante. Kwa majina naitwa Anthony Wangila Mix. Mimi mwenyewe kwanza binafsi najihisi vizuri kwa kuepuka kuwa mshindi, na saidi ya yote kama vile mwenzangu amesema, mbunge wetu ambaye ni Innocent Maino Mugabe atuweke pamoja ili tuweze kusaidiana hapa Likuyani, kwa sababu wakati ya siasa ikiisha lazima turudi pamoja kama familia. Saidi ya yote naombea nyumba yetu ushindi, ambaye nyumba ya ODM, wale aspirant wote ambao walikuwa wamesimama na waalika kama vile ndugu yangu Masinda amesema ya kwamba ameniunga mkono tufanye kazi.
All right, that was an update from Kakamega, our very own John Wanyama giving us an update on some of the winners and results there. Let's cross over now to Siaya County, where I understand they are making some announcements on some of the winners. Let's listen in.
That is a very high percentage, and yet we are supposed to be elites in Siaya. That is unfortunate. That is, so far, that is how we've performed. Before we say anything else about today's our results, I want to appreciate the following. First of all, I appreciate Siaya citizens for having accorded us peace From the time we moved here, most of us, the whole county, we came here, I think in May or something, and you have been a welcoming team. You've made our life very comfortable, and you've given us an environment where we've worked very well. I'm talking about myself and my ROs and DROs. The DROs have gone to sleep. The ROs are in Bomas today. Most of them, I was just talking to them, they're in the airport, the ones that went today morning, so that they can be able to take the Form 34A for presidential results. So we appreciate you accorded us peace, reasonable peace, apart from little and minimal skirmishes here and there. We thank you so much. But because we have to appreciate our security team, led by our county commander, Mr. Mchiri, and the CCIO, Mr. Kandie, and their security team. They have given us what we've seen today, the peace. They have worked around the clock, they have not been sleeping, and we appreciate that so much. And we can't forget the county commissioner and his team, the administration arm. They have also been very supportive. You know, the county commissioner is the chairman of the security committee, so he has been holding security meetings every day so that we can be able to have a peaceful election, and we are here today. We thank God for that. Lastly, I thank my candidates. It has been competition. When I saw Stella and William has been here with us all through, and maybe there are others in the crowd I'm not seeing, but I appreciated that they can be able to grace the occasion, to be able to say we were competitors, but here we are. We thank you so much. And now my winning team, thank you so much for having won. We shall congratulate you after we've seen how you performed. Thank you and karibu. Now we can start the process. Run the process. Well, in the process, we normally start with the Senate. That is the legal way. So the Senate is not anything, but they go, all of them were all, unfortunately. So the first one was Odinga, Dr. Oburu. That's how it was written on the ballot. So he garnered 285,595. Then Odinga Julius Okongo got 33,898. Onyango Oscar Omondi got 9,586. Otieno Ismail Atudo got 1,550. Oiti James Wambani got 19,227. Yogo Tony Yogo got 25,157. So this is the summary. We have what we did. We went through from for the A series for the Senate. Then we did our own Excel sheet. That is what we call Form C. Then from the Form C, we got the summary for the Senate, and this is the result. We didn't look at the Form B from the constituency. This time you create your own from the A series. So from this, we can see that our Dr. Oburu Odinga is the winner as the senator for Siaya County. Meanwhile, we can get the ID for Daktari, please, Peter, so that we can be able to write the certificate. So we go to the next as we continue, then we shall give the certificates, but pick for us the ID that we can continue writing. Please, Peter. Yeah. So now we go to the county woman member of National Assembly. This is how we performed. We had our ladies coming up to be able to represent the women in Siaya County. The first one was Ayimba Sela. She garnered 145,506 votes. That was a good show. Dunde Beth Abed, I hope I've pronounced well. She got 3,551. Ocheng Mildred Atieno got 6,451. Oduor Christine Ombaka got 207,748. Ogola Emma Akinyi, the young girl, managed to garner 7,447. You understand she was young. I hope you saw her in the film. So she has a future. Ogoma Pamela Auma got 1,854. Odia Malista Anyango got 1,475. That is the summary of how our women candidates, county women member of National Assembly performed. And from this analysis, you can see that Oduor Christine Ombaka is the one who garnered the highest, and now she's our woman representative. Congratulations, my sister, for having won that seat. You'll also get us your ID. So we move to the governor, the administrators that wanted to be our administrators for our county. So we had 4 aspirants or candidates that came forward and participated, campaigned to be our governor. And the first one was Oduor Millicent C. Adhiambo. She garnered 4,678. Then the second one was Orengo James Agri, got 220,349. Wanjoha Engineer Nicholas Gumbo got 147,558. Then Ocheng Otieno William got 1,089. So from the analysis and the summary, Orengo James Agri, who garnered 220,349, is our elect governor of Siaya County. They'll address you after we've given them the certificates. They'll have time to talk to their people. So we shall start by giving the certificates to our Senator-elect, Dr. Oburu Odinga. Please, karibu.
the Electoral Commission and the security team. I want to take this opportunity to thank you, my people, for the support. This is a very, very great occasion for me, because I'm past 70. That means I have already climbed 7 floors of life. And now, facing the 8th floor, you have given me the honor to represent you as your senator against the much younger lot of people who could have been elected, but then their time for maturity to represent people in the Senate has not come. That their time is going to come. So my people, I thank you for this honor, and I also take this opportunity to thank the Electoral Commission for doing a good job, for being patient. We have been patient for the last 3 days, waiting for this occasion, and God is great. God is great, and I can see my bishop is there. I don't notice my bishop is there. I must thank my bishop. I thank you also for the prayers you have offered to us throughout this process. And once again, I also want to thank my people and also the press for the coverage they have been giving this process and the patience they have had. So thank you very much, and I want to return the microphone. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope that our people will be patient as we wait for the other one, which is now. We are patiently waiting, but we only hope that no monkey game will be played there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Now, I have the honor as they greet the elect senator. We give them time. When they are listed. I have the honor now to announce to you the county woman, member of National Assembly, Christine Odinga.
Thank you very much, everybody, for having the opportunity to come and witness this wonderful occasion. But I want to thank Siaya people for electing me the 3rd time as woman rep of Siaya. You have confidence in me, and I do have confidence in you. I want to thank those who voted. I want to thank even those we campaigned with, the women reps who stood for this seat. If they're here, I want to ask you, let's work together as a team. I want to welcome you and to work with you. I also want to show you how to win and how to be a woman politician, so that we put more women in various positions of power. The media, thank you for covering us, giving us what we need to say and what we need to tell the world. You have reported well, because you have been reporting peaceful stories, not insults. We want to encourage you to continue to cover our stories. Otherwise, IEBC, I know you are tired, I know you work very hard, but this is also a show of dedication. It's a show of good work. You are committed, you are very accurate, and we believe in your results. Thank you, and God bless you.
examination of everything, of all your works and campaigns. You've gotten used to calling Senator. I don't know what you'll be called. You're not calling him Senator, Senator Orengo. So now it is time to announce our elect governor and the DG to come forward and receive their certificate.
Good morning, everyone. I also want to join the rest of my colleagues in thanking the good people of Siaya for bestowing their trust in us. We commit to impacting their lives. We want to thank the media, the security team, and IEBC for conducting peaceful and transparent exercise. Thank you very much. Governor.
The returning officer, the whole team from the Electoral Commission, my Lord, the bishops who are here, who has graced this occasion and remembered us in prayer, Professor Claudia, who is my leader in the church, and my colleagues who have just won the elections at the county level, worthy competitors who are here. I want first and foremost to thank the electorate in Siaya for giving me the honor to serve them as the governor of Siaya County. We are not going to take this for granted. We had a manifesto, and I can assure the people of Siaya that we're going to deliver what we promised in the manifesto. Which is going to be rooted on good governance, corruption-free governance. Secondly, I want to thank the Electoral Commission for the wonderful work we've done. It's been largely peaceful, and also thank our worthy competitors for the seat of governor. And I only wish they would have been here so that we show that democracy is mature in this part of the country. Thirdly, I want to thank the media, but the media, I want to say, sometimes what you report is very far from the truth. You are telling us that Orengo is facing a stiff competition. Just look at the figures. Your answer in the figures. I was telling them the other day that the stiffest competition I've had in my political life was when I was first elected into Parliament, when I was just out of university, and my competitor was a cabinet minister. He had served in Parliament for 2 terms, assistant minister. It was a one-party era. Campaign was very difficult in those circumstances. I had no house, I had no car, I had no wife. and Guru was there to help. And we won that election. So I think next time when we meet, report accurately and tell the people that we won with a landslide. We have a proper mandate from the people of Siaya. And finally, we are waiting for the big one. We are waiting for the big one. We are waiting for the big one, which is the presidential elections. and I live here convinced that Raila Amolo Odinga is going to be the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Atieko kawacho, jo piny oseyiero jotendgi, to wan kaka koro jomoyier wadwa tiyo negi motegno maonge rango chien. Wadwa tiyo motegno kendo kaka nwandiko e manifesto, wadwa gik nwandiko e manifesto mondo watim. Kik bedo wach kamano. En wacho gi timo. Omiyo agoyo kamano jo Siaya. Kendo amor, wamor, to kogo kata upar tinga, upar Raila Amolo Odinga, an ang'e ni wadhi yomo kaka mano. And I just want to introduce my better half, Betty, Kari, Orengo, and my kids who are here. Zeni Nyamayanga, stand up. Just stand up, Nyamayanga. And then there's Bob Orengo, stand up. And then there's Mike Orengo, stand up. And then there's Steve Orengo. Thank you. Sa. Well done. And my brother there, Apollo Orengo, just the family. For people of Siaya who have not met them, to know them. And we're going to meet more and more.
All right, that is the winners parade, if we may call it so, for the top county leaders in that area. The next governor of Siaya County, James Orengo. The next woman representative is Christine Ombaka. And the next senator is Dr. Oburu Oginga, having been declared just there by the county returning officer. Vicky, that's a county that has decided it's ODM all through.
All
for
through.
Those top seats.
Yeah. That one is a three-piece suit kind of situation. Let's go to another county announcement, Nairobi County Tallying Center in Kasarani, where we're waiting to hear for the announcements of governor, senator, and woman representative. Let's listen in to the returning officer.
Has quite a busy task ahead of him. Asante sana for joining us here at KT News. Like I said, we are here at the County Tallying Center of Kasarani, and as you can see, my cameraman can quite a busy secretary of the phone have already told us the number of constituencies rather than already brought forth their forms. Earlier on, I just mentioned we had the likes of Esther.
Agreement 4. Results are declared by the county returning officer. I have not declared any results, so I cannot speak for any other record out there.
So, sir, yes. You have only received from 3 constituencies so far?
3 constituencies have arrived. Yes. We are starting with the first one. Oh. So we'll process each one in turn until we are done with the 17 returning officers.
Right, so you are waiting for 14? From 14 constituencies?
14 constituencies are yet to come.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
An estimation of when this will be done?
We can't estimate. Yes. The law requires that once we receive results from the constituencies, we speedily process them. Yes. So that's what will happen until we've processed the last polling station in Nairobi City County. Okay. Yes. So give it maybe 2 days, we should be able to see final results.
On Monday?
Yes.
Okay. So
stay here with us. You will see when we'll finish.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Karibu.
Due to the slow coming of the results.
Pardon?
Why are the results coming slow?
It's not slow. The law provides that results are processed at the constituency tallying centers. They finish, then they bring the results to the county tallying center. So we are very much within the legal timelines of processing results. The law provides up to a maximum of 7 days. So we are not badly off. We are on day 3. So we are not doing badly off. Once we have the last returning officer here, we should be able to process the results and see who the winner is for the 3 elections: the county governor, the senator, and the county woman member to the National Assembly. Yes.
Thank you.
So karibuni sana.
Asante.
Okay.
Issues like the abortion, what's going to happen to them since they're taking a longer time to even finish tallying investigation?
As a county tallying center,
we shall wait until every returning officer has arrived. Provided they do so within the legal timelines, those results will be received and processed accordingly. Yes.
So you have said Makadara, Kasarani, and which other constituency?
And Langata constituency have arrived. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Karibuni sana.
Okay.
Yes, we're coming to you live from Kasarani Stadium. This is the main tallying for the Nairobi county results. And so far, according to the briefing from the county returning officer, Albert Gogo, is that only 3 constituencies have been able to submit their results, and they are waiting for results from 14 other constituencies so that they can be able to declare who has won in the, that is in the gubernatorial race, in the senatorial race, and also the woman rep race. But we have asked about the time frame because those are quite a number of constituencies that are yet to submit their results, and he has told us maybe we wait for 2 days. It will depend on how they'll be receiving results from all these constituencies. For here now, we just have to wait because we understand there are a number of constituencies that are yet to declare their result, like the Kilifi North constituency. There was an issue, there was fracas today early in the morning because the returning officer, when he was announcing the results, there was commotion and they had to stop the whole exercise. So for like the Kilifi North, we are yet to know who has emerged the winner in that race. But I have a number of races in Nairobi, and you can just look at how the two big formations, that is Azimio la Umoja and the Kenya Kwanza alliances, have performed in terms of the MP position. And the results that we have so far is that in Roysambu constituency, we have Augustine Kamande Mwafrika, who was the UDA candidate. He emerged the winner. In Langata constituency, we have Felix Oduor, who popularly known as Jalango, who won on an ODM ticket. In Embakasi East, the area MP Babu Owino, who was contesting on an ODM ticket, also won that seat. Embakasi Central, Benjamin Gadiro of UDA won the seat. In Embakasi West, Mark Mwenje of Jubilee. In Starehe, Amos Mwago, the Jubilee candidate, is the one who won the race. In Kasarani, Ronald Karauri, who was vying on an independent ticket, is the one who emerged victorious. In Migori South, we have John Carrier. Madare, we have Antonio Loch. These are just the constituency that we have been able to get the results of who have emerged winners. But we still have quite a number of constituencies that are yet to submit their results. So we will be camping here. We will be waiting and camping here to just hear from the returning officer on the progress that they'll be making. But he tells us they are not in a hurry because they have to wait until all the constituencies submit their results. That is when Nairobi residents will know who will be their next governor, who will be their next senator, and who will be their next woman representative.
All right, great. It appears that we have to wait a bit longer for the Nairobi gubernatorial, senatorial, and women rep results. We heard from the returning officer there saying once we get all of the constituency forms, or rather the returning officers make their way there to the county tallying center, then and only then can they make the announcement for those 3 critical seats. Sam?
And indeed, it was good to see Gateta once again in what appears like a three-piece suit. Actually, it's 4-piece because the tie is also matching.
Ah, okay.
But also he reads as a list of constituency winners, yes. And it's very mixed. Some UDA, some Jubilee, some ODM, and still several constituencies out of the 17 in Nairobi yet to declare. We understand that we have images from Tharaka Nithi County where Hassan Mugambi has been. And Mugambi, the last time we spoke to you, you were in Meru County. And of course, we're still waiting for that declaration of the county seat elections. But now what's happening? Right. First of all, before you do that, let's take you to the Bomas of Kenya so that you can get some live pictures of what's happening. You can see there, Wafula Chebukati is already on the seat alongside some of the commissioners within that institution. He appears to be flipping through the papers and checking a few things here and there. We should be expecting him to make an announcement in the coming few minutes because of that setup. That is Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson, sitting next to the vice chair, Juliana Cherera, and also Commissioner Irene must sit, and a gentleman dressed in the IEBC colors. We'll wait to see who that is. But the idea here, Vicky, is for the chairman, Wafula Chebukati, to be receiving results from the constituency returning officers, and he has to receive them. And after the clerks that are working with him, after their verification, and they tell him this is good to go, then he has to append his signature and, of course, go ahead to announce to the country that this is the outcome from the constituencies.
Certainly, and we've been keeping tabs on how many of the forms 34A have been coming in so far. 99.94%, so that is roughly 26 of them that are yet to be submitted. Most of the 47 counties have already fully submitted those forms. What's the case for the forms 34B, Sam?
They're still at 192. That is 65.98%. So still waiting for 99 forms to be submitted. Did I get that right? Yes. Yes, 99 forms are yet to be submitted, and as soon as that happens, we'll be in a position to see them from the IEBC portal. As we wait for Wafula Chebukati to really address the nation, let's do a crossover to Hassan Mogambi in Tharaka Nithi County, who has spent enough days in Meru, now heading to Tharaka Nithi. Hassan, if you can hear me.
Yes, thank you very much, Sam Gituku, back at the Communications Center. We are now at Shakariga, that is Tharaka Nithi, the county tallying center, where any minute from now we will be having the returning officer, that is a deputy constituency, or rather deputy county election manager, just making the announcements. Remember, the head has headed to Nairobi, where he will be received, as you have rightly put it there, by Chebukati. Now the deputy is here to make the declarations of the governor position, as well as the woman representative and the Senate. They are all here. If my cameraman David Kabiru can just pan to that area. All those candidates that are just about to receive their certificate and declaration are already here. We can see the woman representative who has taken the very comfortable lead there, who is Susan Ngugi Mwindu of TSP party, the second from the far end there. Then there's the senator who has taken a very comfortable lead, that is Julius Mwenda Gataya, who is having consultations with the governor, as well as the incumbent governor, who has a very, very comfortable lead. He is just waiting for the declaration of the results here. So, and this is a county with 3 constituencies, that is Tharaka, Chuka, Igambangombe, and Mara, and all of those. It so looks like the county has really put weight behind the UDA party. That is in the Tharaka constituency, Gitonga Murugaru of UDA emerged victorious with 24,000 votes, 111, beating Mushomba Marigo, who is an independent candidate, who scored 12,761 votes. In Chuka,
I would like to say two things. One, want to thank the teams working down there. We have observed that we are not moving as fast as we should. This exercise needs to be concluded as soon as possible. And I just want to remind us of the formation and the role of agents on each of these desks. The Elections Act 2011 provides for appointment of agents by a political party or candidates. Regulation 851E of the general election regulations allows political party agents to be present at the tallying center, which as a commission we have allowed you. Indeed, the announcement of results at the tallying center is done in the presence of agents as governed by Regulation 76 and 87 of the Election General Regulations. While the Commission acknowledges that election agents are an important component of an election, we must, however, understand the specific role of agents at the National Tallying Center. And this was made clear by the Supreme Court, which pronounced itself on legal and public standing of party agents at the National Tallying Center, where it observed that the role is restricted to the observation of the tallying process and signing of relevant statutory forms. In this respect, agents are not part of the receiving teams. However, the statutory forms are available to them to verify that the results received by them from their polling stations, agents mirror those received by the Commission at the tallying center. So the agents will look at the copies of the forms and confirm that the results or the forms are similar to what you received from the polling stations and confirmed by your agents at the constituency tallying centers. So we advise that agents in this exercise cannot proceed in the manner which we are proceeding, as if we are doing a forensic audit. So I just want to define clearly the role of agents. Please observe the process and document the tallying process. Make notes, document what is going on. Compare Form 34s issued, and you are being given copies to the party agents and those received by the presidential returning officer at the tallying center, and bring to the attention of election officials any errors, irregularities noted in the comparison of the forms, and make notes of those errors and sign declaration forms at the end of the tallying. So, but please don't interrogate the returning officers and slow down the process. If we do that, then we shall not be able to finish this exercise. So agents play a role, observe, make notes, and then let the process move on. And we expect that we shall have a few more desks to make 7. I'm directing that each desk should not take more than 15 minutes per returning officer. So those who, and perhaps I was here the whole of last night until this morning. I observed a few incidents of disruption of the process. Please restrain yourselves from disrupting this national exercise. If there are any incidents of disruption, we shall remove you from this tallying center. So please restrain yourselves from disrupting the process. If you have any concerns, make note of the concerns and raise them with me. Do not disrupt the teams that are carrying out this exercise. To the returning officers who are sitting patiently waiting to be served, please arrange your papers. Don't come with their incomplete or misarranged papers, because if you come with their documents not arranged, you're also going to waste time at the clearance desk. Put your papers in order. We have over 130 returning officers in the house. They need to be cleared so they go back to their stations. We have a few results which we want to announce. Ndia constituency in Kirinyaga, the total registered voters 69,743. Total valid votes cast 48,548. Rejected ballots 346. Odinga Raila 6,872. Ruto William Samoei, 41,293. Wahika David Mwaure, 151. Wajackoyah George Luchiri, 232. Katundu South in Kiambu County, Katundu South Constituency in Kiambu. This is a result. Registered voters, 79,860. Total votes cast, 54,536. Rejected ballots, 475. Odinga Raila, 12,290. Ruto William Samoei, 41,712. Wahika David Mwaure, 223. Wajackoyah George Luchiri, 311. This is the result for Yatta constituency in Machakos. The number of registered voters, 82,446. Rejected, the number of votes cast, 49,062. Rejected ballots, 402. Raila Odinga, 38,225. William Samoei, Ruto, 10,391. Wahika David Mwaure, 121. And Wajackoyah George Luchiri, 325. Then we have Ainabugoi constituency in Uasin Gishu. The number of registered voters is 62,611. Votes cast, 44,102. Rejected ballots, 265. Odinga Raila, 8,620. Ruto William Samoei, 35,401. Wahika David Mwaure, 51. Wajackoyah George Luchiri, 90. We are processing the rest of the results we have received, and we shall continue announcing. Perhaps the chief agents, if you are here, we can give you some 15 minutes break with your teams. Maybe you can consult on the remarks I've made and come back for us to proceed with the process. We can take a 15 minutes break. Thank you.
Wafula Chebukati, the chairman of the IEBC and the returning office of the presidential election, Vicky, and now giving us 4 more constituencies, making 10 that have been verified.
Have been verified, and of course those results final at the constituency level as we await for more. The IEBC chair Wafula Chebukati also cautioning some of the political party agents who were present. So even though they are allowed to be there by law, he did say that sometimes the interference in the exercise can derail it slightly, and so he cautioned them against what he called carrying out a forensic exercise. scrutinize and to exercise patience with the process. They receive copies of the same forms that the individuals who are at those desks are receiving, and if they have any grievances or any issues, to report it directly to him as the chair. Then he also gave a timeline of sorts, but this was to the individuals receiving the forms at the desks, saying they should not take more than 15 minutes per returning officer at each desk. So we'll see whether some of those directions from the IEBC chair will move the process along. He said in his statement that it's taking a bit longer than anticipated. So hopefully with some of these guidelines and dealing with some of the interferences in the process earlier will speed up the process. Sam?
And actually, when you listen to him, you sort of understand why he's talking about not a forensic audit, because I'm just looking at the Form 34B from Ndia constituency, for instance, and when you look at it, the total, of course, the voters, the registered voters remains consistent as per the register. Then the valid votes, he says it's 48,548 is the same figure that you'll find in Form 34B. If you look at the share of the votes per candidate, Raila Odinga, 6,872. When you look at Form 34B, it is 6,872, so it's the same. For William Ruto, 41,293 is what Chebukati has announced. When you look at the form, it is 41,293, very consistent. Wahiga Mwaure, 151, and also what he announced is 151. For Wajackoyah, 232 he announced. When you look at Form 34B, it is the same. And these are the forms that were signed at the constituency level, and therefore they were also witnessed by the candidates' agents at that level. So even when it's coming to the National Tallying Center, you'll also understand why he may be of that expectation that those are the same results. Don't spend so much time scrutinizing, because you've also had time to go through the Form 34As. You most likely, if you're a serious presidential candidate, you most likely have an indicative total of your scores.
No, absolutely. And so that being the very latest update from the Bomas of Kenya, we'll keep our eyes there. Like we said, really day 3 after election day, and tallying still going in various constituencies, counties, Nairobi being one. We heard from the returning officer a bit earlier on that they haven't received all of the Form 34As from the various polling stations. And now, of course, it goes to the constituency level. And once that is complete, then can they announce the winners for governor, for senator, and for women rep. But the Nairobi County Tallying Center is already up and ready. So hopefully in the next couple of hours, we'll be hearing those announcements in those very key races in Nairobi County.
And now we need to take a short break. When we return, we are hopeful that we'll be handing over to the next crew.
We can already see them standing by.
There has this great opportunity.
Yes.
You wanted to say fantastic.
A fantastic opportunity.
Of waiting.
Like we have, and exercising patience. But yeah, let's take that break, and you probably will see other faces on the other side of that break.
All right.
Shabiki.com is all about jackpots, live games, casino, virtual games, weekly promotions, bet builder, bet share, and 24/7 customer service.
It's all about football, basketball, tennis, cricket, motorsport, and so much more.
It's all about the big wins, the big moments, and the big bonuses.
Shabiki.com is all about you, the fun. Kuwa Shabiki. Play now.
Strictly not for persons under the age of 18. Betting can be addictive. Shabiki.com is authorized and regulated by the BCLB. License number 416.
La, la, la. The money on the track. You're my light. I'm your shadow. Never
Toffee Strong enzymatic particles remove stains easily. Microcapsule fragrance goes into fibers and give you lasting freshness for the whole day.
never gonna
colorful day, wonderful scent.
Kama kawa?
Ugali mix mama.
Sawa sawa. We mama boy. Angalia tu vile kwangu kumekauka. Siri yako ni nini? Utamu wa chakula ni unga wa 210. Ate unga ya 210. Hii nayo ni gani? Hiyo ni ya chapati. Hii nayo hapa ya ugali. Na sasa hii nitanunua wapi? Inapatikana kwa duka zote humu nchini. Haya, naenda kununua saa hii. Asante sana mama boy.
Your family's choice for maize meal and home baking flour. Unga wa 210.
Confidence, no worries, no leakages. Could concentrate the impossible. Everything is doable. Yeah, so fit, so right, so fit, so right, so fit, so right. Soft care, so fit, so right.
Soft Care Petal Care has a floating design that perfectly fits. It reduces 70% friction on skin, absorbs fully, and blocks leakages from both sides.
Soft care, yeah.
Nyosha shilingi zaidi na zaidi. Sasa unapata ofa juu ya ofa ya kuwa 100% data bonus leo. Alafu piga star 544# au tembelea My Safaricom app kununua bundle na kupata target yako. Safaricom is for you.
Follow the 2022 general election live on Viusasa. Get instant results on the go and on any device. Whether it's the president, governor, senator, or any other race, be the first to know. Simply go to Viusasa and tap Elections 2022 tab. Live results straight to your phone with Viusasa.
Sona moja imetengenezwa kwa njia spesheli ili kupambana na maumivu kwa haraka. Sona moja ina aspirin kama kiungo. Sona moja, kitulizo kamili. Maumivu yakizidi, pata ushauri wa daktari.
Drink a cup of hot tea to help reduce bloating during your period.
Soft Care Petal Care has a floating design that perfectly fits. It reduces 70% friction on skin, absorbs fully, and blocks leakages from both sides.
Soft care, yeah.
To finish this meal. Okay, I'll have one.
First you twist it, and then you lick it, and then you dunk it, and then you eat it.
Nyosha shilingi zaidi na zaidi. Sasa unapata ofa juu ya ofa ya kuwa 100% data bonus leo. Alafu piga star 544# au tembelea My Safaricom app kununua bundle na kupata target yako. Safaricom is for you.
When seconds count, experience makes the difference. The Nairobi Hospital Accident and Emergency Center is situated in close proximity to the laboratory, radiology theaters, labor ward, cardiac catheterization lab, and the critical care units. With a network of labs, you are guaranteed of accurate medical test results. The Nairobi Hospital is a center of renal excellence, providing cutting-edge technology through more than 10 dialysis machines. As a patient, you are certain to get quality medicine at the best possible prices at our fully stocked pharmacies.
Nilipoanza kukohoa, kuhisi maumivu kwa kifua, uchovu mwilini, joto jingi mwilini, kutokwa na jasho jingi usiku, kukosa hamu ya chakula na kupoteza uzito haraka. Nilipimwa hospitalini, kabainika nilikuwa na TB.
Nilianza matibabu ya TB mara moja. Nilimeza dawa zangu bila kukosa kwa muda unaofaa, kama nilivyoshauriwa na daktari.
Ugonjwa wa TB sio uchawi. Mtu yeyote yule anaweza kupatwa na ugonjwa huu. Lakini ukimeza dawa vizuri, TB inatiba.
Nilitibiwa TB, nikapona na niko sawa.
TB inatiba. Pata matibabu bila malipo katika hospitali zote za umma. Tujijali, tumalize TB. Ujumbe huu umeletwa kwako na Wizara ya Afya na washirika wake.
Laundry detergents help us maintain good hygiene by removing the soils, grease, stains and dirt from clothing.
Doffy's strong enzymatic particles remove stains easily. Microcapsule fragrance goes into fibers and give you lasting freshness for the whole day.
Colorful day, wonderful scent.
Yupo Mungu mwenye uwezo, asiyeshindwa jambo lolote.
Hallelujah. Naitwa William Ruto, mwimbaji wa nyimbo za Injili kutoka nchini Tanzania. Kupata wimbo huu wa Yupo Mungu, kama sikiza tune yako, bonyeza *811*381#. Sikiza na Citizen, ni nyumbani kwa wasanii wote.
Ayawi huu wa mashirima, unajua sitaki kujaribu Kiswahili maana wewe ndio mtaalamu.
Na pia mimi sitaki kujaribu Kiingereza maana nikisema naweza kusema it's not over until the fat lady sings, kumbe nimesema vibaya. Vipi lakini
hapa ni IEBC sasa. Ngoja aimbe.
Lakini naona IEBC Wafula Chebukati, nadhani yeye ndio tunamuita fat lady hapa. Na amesema kwamba watu wale mawakala ambao wako pale wahakikishe kwamba wanaachia wale wanaostahili kuhakiki zile fomu, wanaendeleza kazi zao ili isije kazi ikasimama.
Underline hakiki, tutaweza. Umeanza vibaya mashirima. Yeah, but indeed if there is a time the patience of Kenyans has been tested, ni since kutoka Tuesday. Yeah? From Tuesday to date, we are still waiting. We're still waiting. All eyes are now on the at the Bomas of Kenya until, let me not say the fat lady.
Welcome to the coverage of Kenya's Choice 2022, happening right now live from this point all the way until we have the results. My name is Trevor Ombija.
My name is Safin Achieng Oma.
Mashirima.
Naam, nami ni Mashirima Kapombe, na kama kawaida tuko nao hapa wageni studioni ambao watatusaidia kuweza kudadavua masuala haya ya uchaguzi. Bila shaka nadhani kila mtu amekuwa akipigia mtu mwingine simu akiuliza hizo takwimu zimefika wapi. Lakini kama walivyosema IEBC, yule tu aliye na idhini ya kutangaza matokeo ya urais ni IEBC peke yake, na tutazidi tu kungoja hadi wakati huo ambapo IEBC itafanya hivyo. Muda mfupi uliopita Wafula Chebukati ameweza kutoa hotuba yake akiwa anataja baadhi ya maeneo bunge ambayo wameweza kupata ama kuhakiki na kutangaza matokeo, mojawapo ikiwa Gatundu Kusini, eneo bunge la Gatundu Kusini, eneo bunge la Yata, eneo bunge la Ainabkoi na eneo bunge la Ndia, na akisema kwamba wanajaribu kuhakikisha kwamba hii shughuli inafanyika kwa haraka iwezekanavyo. Lakini ili kujuza tu wale wageni ambao tuko nao hapa studioni, kwa upande mmoja tuko naye Profesa Gitile Naituli ambaye mbali na kuwa wakati mmoja kamishna wa NCIC, pia ni mtaalam katika masuala ya uongozi. Pia tunatarajia wengine, lakini hivi sasa tuko naye Asaska?
Franklin
Mukwanja ambaye anatoka kwa Center for Multi-Party Democracy, na watatusaidia tu kupata mengi zaidi ama kuelewa jinsi ambavyo matokeo haya yanazidi kutirika na yanaashiria nini haswa katika uchaguzi huu. Trevor.
Asaska la Barakwe ambayo unamtaja pia tayari ashawasili, lakini now I'll move away from the Kiswahili and get into English.
Fanya yale unayoelewa.
Wacha nibaki tu hapo. Asaska la Barakwe is also joining us in just a bit. She's a governance expert as well, coming into studio, and we're going to discuss a lot of matters coming through to us right here on Citizen TV. We want to cross over first to the Bomas of Kenya now. I think that's where the verification is happening right now. On your screens, we'll show you the live pictures in just a bit. And Ayub Abdikadir is also there with us. If we have him, we can cross over to him and find a general update of what's going on right now. You'll realize that the Bomas of Kenya, there are now two official screens. One shows the form 34As that have already been received out of the 46,229. And there's another one that is now showing the official tally from the IEBC. But let's find that from Ayub Abdikadir. Ayub, good morning. It's good to see you again. What's the latest from where you are?
Good afternoon, Trevor, Mashirima and Safin. We are live from the Bomas of Kenya, the National Tallying Center for the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. And a few minutes ago, the Commission's chairperson, first of all, updated the country on the number of returning officials who are here at the Bomas of Kenya. That number stood at 80 by last evening. Now it's 130, which then mathematically means that 50 more returning officers are here at the Bomas of Kenya, the National Tallying Center for the Poll Commission, IEBC. What then happens, as I earlier explained, and as the Commission explained yesterday, is the verification of the Form 34A that was electronically transmitted by the said returning officer, and that cross-checked, authenticated, verified when they present the physical Form 34A here at the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya. And that is in the presence of the 4 agents who represent the 4 presidential candidates and the IEBC staff. That again will be presented to a further desk which is set up by the IEBC, which is purposely meant for coordination and scanning the security codes of that Form 34A before it's presented to the National Returning Officer for the presidential election of Wafula Chebukati. And by yesterday we had Baringo Central Constituency, Baringo Central Constituency, Kadhiani, I beg your pardon, not Yatta, and the constituency of Lamu East, where the poll commission had gotten the results of the constituency. And let's now listen to the poll commission, which is now addressing Kenyans in the podium, and we'll proceed further on from there. Trevor, Mashirima and Safin.
The resumption of the exercise in this auditorium was given is now over. Let's go back to our tables. I have 2 announcements, 2 constituencies from 1 Uasin Gishu County, Moiben constituency. Registered voters in the constituency, 77,877. Total valid votes, 56,502. Rejected ballots, 345. Odinga Raila, 6,772. Ruto William, 49,625. Wahiga David Mwaure, 54. Wajackoyah George, 51. Nandi County, Nandi Hills constituency. Registered voters in the constituency, 47,910. Total valid votes, 41,864. Rejected ballots, 229. Odinga Raila, 3,471. Ruto William, 38,308. Waiga David Mwaure, 40. Wajackoyah George, 45. Thank you.
Of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, Juliana Cherera, who had taken to the podium and announcing further 2 constituencies, Homa Bay in Uasin Gishu and Nandi Hills. The tallying continues, and earlier on we had India constituency and Gatundu South, Iata and Ainapkoi in Uasin Gishu County. And as the numbers continue to increase of the returning officers as well who are here at the National Tallying Center. And I am with our Chief Political Affairs Reporter and Editor, Francis Gashuri, here with me at the National Tallying Center.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Ayub. The process of verification and validation of the forms 34B continues, and so far 130 returning officers from various constituencies have already made their way to the Bomas of Kenya, accompanied by the were filled for the results in all the polling stations from those 130 constituencies. So you expect the number to hit 290 plus 1, the returning officer for the diaspora. So 130, then it means a whole 160 returning officers plus 1 are still on their way here to the Bomas of Kenya for the process of validation of the forms 34A and forms 34B. And maybe one can ask, why is it taking too long? Yes. It's taking quite a while because basically you're transporting the polling stations from the various places where people voted and bringing them to the Bomas of Kenya via the forms. Because each of the forms that was filled, in the polling stations, announcing the results at the polling station level, the form 34A must be brought here for physical verification and validation by the returning officer of the presidential election, who is the chairman of IEBC. Of course, he's not the one who is doing the verification in person, but officers from IEBC are in the desks that have been established here at the auditorium, together with the agents of the presidential candidates, are going through the forms meticulously, one after the other. And this is also to identify if there would be any anomalies between what was announced at the polling stations, the form that has been brought physically, together with the form that was posted on the portal. You must make sure that the numbers tally. And we've seen a few forms 34A that have discrepancies, and those ones are being sorted out. And of course, the chairman of IEBC has to be involved in that process. And Ayub, let me read for you one article in the Elections Act. Elections Act. If you go to section 39(1)(e) of the Elections Act of 2011, it says if there are any discrepancies, the chairman of IEBC will have an opportunity to look at it, but the final decision must accord to what was announced at the polling station level. So much as that discretion is to be exercised, it means that the results that were announced at the polling stations must be final, and whatever is announced here, whatever is tallied here, whatever is verified here, whatever is verified here, and eventually declared as the results in a constituency must tally with the wishes of the electorate at the polling station level.
And earlier on also, the chairperson in that address pointed out the roles of political parties agents, citing the Elections Act 2011, and here he was very specific, citing out that your role is not forensic audit. It's not your role to audit what the returning officers have presented here. Rather, yours is to observe, tally, and add up the numbers, verify. If you have complaints, raise it with me. I'm the chairperson. Then we'll be able to address this matter. And we see the political parties agents have crowded the center circle where the tallying is underway at the moment, and the number of desks have increased to fast in the process. He says that if you crowd here, then you are slowing the process of verifying what is presented by the returning officials. And this seems to be also, in one way or the other, is a concern raised by the chairperson, is it?
Absolutely. And you see, one of the issues that the agents have done, the presidential candidates agent have done, is to sit here and insist on seeing the forms that are coming with the returning officers from the polling stations and the constituencies. And this is, they say they want to compare with what their agents in the polling stations sent them, and also compare with what was sent in the portal. It can be quite an laborious process, bearing in mind that you're dealing with 46,229 forms 34A that must be brought to this auditorium physically. And then there are 291 forms 34B that must be brought to this auditorium physically. So you can imagine that if we had a Herculean task going through all the forms, the 46,229, you can imagine that process is now being replicated here, being repeated here at the auditorium. It may take some time, and that's why initially there were 4 desks, then they were moved to 8. Speaking to a few of them, they're telling me there's a plan to increase them to 12 so that we can fasten the process. And remember, the time is also of essence. Remember, the IEBC chairman has to announce the presidential election results within 7 days. We are already almost near the 7 days because the deadline for that is on Tuesday. Of course, the national anxiety is also building, so it is also of essence for the IEBC chairman to fast-track this process, validate the results that are coming and declare them so that eventually the country can move forward and a decision can be known what was the choice of the electorate insofar as the presidential election is concerned. Remember, the Ministry of Education has already announced to parents that children must go back to school on Monday. So that Monday we have about 48 hours too. So you're talking about Saturday and Sunday. And if the process was to move as slowly as we've seen it move slowly, then it means that you still have some anxiety to deal with. But be it as it may, this is what we gave ourselves as our laws, as our constitution. And some of the processes that you see here, Ayub, are as a result of the processes that were conducted in 2017. Because during the presidential election petition in 2017, IEBC lawyers who are representing the IEBC chairman and the commission were being asked some very tough questions by the Supreme Court judges. Did the chairman, for example, verify the forms that were coming to the National Tallying Center? Did he verify them, or did he just announce the results as he was being told? And it became a very difficult question for them to answer. And so what you see here is a response to some of the issues that were raised in 2017, that one, the IEBC chairman, who is the returning officer of the presidential election, must tally, must verify, must validate all the forms that are coming here. Of course, not him in person, but his staffers, his members of staff, who have to do it on his behalf. And when there's a discrepancy, when there's an issue that has to be raised, he has to be consulted so he can make a decision. And that's why you see him, he will constantly continue to come to the auditorium every so often to deal with any issue that may come up, and eventually declare the results that are coming or that have been cleared, either in person or one of his commissioners. So we are in for quite some hours here, Ayub, if you may like it.
And Francis, time is of essence. He pointed out that please don't frustrate. That was more or less the clarion call from the chairperson, and he said at every desk we need not less than or more than 15 minutes to finish up with this process. But political party representatives here remain hawk-eyed. They don't want to be passed by any detail. They are paying attention, which is frapped in my view. And he says, if you frustrate us, then we'll kick you out of the National Tallying Center. I mean, this seems to be pointing out to what appears a standoff more or less between the Commission and agents of the political parties.
A standoff may probably be a tough word to use, but I would say it's all a question of trust, because if you trust the process, then it will move faster. But if there is mistrust between the agents of the various political, of the presidential candidates, and put it plainly, Ayub, it is the presidential agents of Raila Odinga and William Ruto, because the numbers are clearly showing those are the two horses in this run. So if there was to be any frustration, then it would be as a result of the push and pull, the tug of, or the contest here at the auditorium between agents of those two presidential candidates. And I would think what the chairman of IEBC was doing was to address the agents of those two particular presidential candidates, that it is it is of essence that the process moves as fast as possible so that the results can be declared. But at the same time, remember, these presidential candidates' agents are also here on behalf of the presidential candidates, because the presidential candidates cannot be expected to be here in person physically. But so they are doing it on their behalf, doing it in the sense that you must be very, very sure that the numbers that are being announced, that are being declared, reflect the numbers that were declared or announced at the polling station level. If there is any mistrust, any discrepancy, any issue, any question of mistrust, then you see that contest out there will be brought to the auditorium. And so maybe the chairman has a point in terms of please move the process faster, but at the same time, it is also the responsibility of the candidates' agents to ensure that the numbers that are being announced, the numbers that are being declared, are the numbers that were declared or announced at the polling station level.
Okay, Francis, thank you. And more, of course, will be happening here as we seek the account of all the other returning officials who will be here. 130 so far. We had 80 by yesterday evening. That is a top-up mathematical of 50. That's 130 minus 290. You have about 160 more returning officials who have to be here to present the physical Form 34A from the 46,229 polling stations across the country, and just as a matter of verification. Let me now take you through some of the constituencies that so far have reported. And starting off yesterday with Baringo Central in Baringo County, you had Kathiani in Machakos County, Oljorok in the county of Nyandarua. You also had the constituency of Lamu East, bringing to about 4 the number. And earlier on, the chairperson also presented the results from India constituency in Kirinyaga County. You also had Gatundu South in Kiambu County, in Yata constituency in Machakos County, and also in Ainapkoi in the county of Uasin Gishu. And then the vice chairperson, Juliana Cherera, took to the podium and added 2 more constituencies, Moiben in Uasin Gishu County and Nandi Hills constituency in the county of Nandi. So you have these constituencies coming in, and the returning officials who are seated there, and the clarion call from the chairperson has been, please put your papers into order. We need not more than 15 minutes to clear up with you. Then that's presented to the national returning official or chairperson of the presidential election, and the chairperson of the commission, Wafula Chebukati, who is seated behind me, flanked by other officials of the commission in readiness for the process which is underway just beneath where we are standing. And Francis and I will be able to bring you up to speed with events as they unfold here at the National Tallying Center from the Bomas of Kenya. Back to you, Mashirima, Trevor and Safin studio.
Na bila shaka Ayub Abdikadir na Francis Gashuri hapo kutoka eneo la Bomas. Kibarua bado kipo katika kuhakiki zile fomu ambazo zinafika katika eneo hilo na wale maafisa wa IEBC kutoka maeneo bunge mbalimbali. Kwa sasa nataka tu kukueleza yale ambayo yanajiri hapa kwenye hiki kiwambo chetu. Hapo unapoona ni eneo la Bomas ambapo Francis Gashuri na Ayub Abdikadir wameweza kueleza yale ambayo yanajiri eneo hilo. Kama unavyoona kuna hizo meza hapo, ni takriban 4-5 hivi. Huyo ni mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati pamoja na naibu wake Juliana Cherera. Na huu upande mwingine tunaangazia kituo cha kujumlisha kura katika eneo la Kasarani hapa jijini Nairobi. Hapa kando tunatarajia kwamba mkuu wa utumishi wa umma Bwana Joseph Kinyua atakuwa na hutubia taifa muda wowote kutoka sasa. Kumbuka wakati ambapo Victoria Rubadiri na Sam Gituku walikuwa hewani, walisema kwamba tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba ifikapo mwendo wa saa 6 atakuwa na hutubia taifa. Hivi sasa ni saa 6:30. Trevor, sijui ni nini ambacho tunatarajia kwamba Kinyua atakuwa anazungumzia?
Unajua, kabla ukuje kwangu nilikuwa nashangaa nda interpret VP establishment of assumption office of the president committee. So let me just get into the English part of it. What you're seeing right now is the assumption of the office of the president committee getting ready to address the nation. Now that is a committee that was formed by an act of parliament and it's established of this assumption of the office of the president committee. There's an establishment of that committee that commits, it's an ad hoc committee by the way, and it shall consist of the secretary of the cabinet, who shall be the chairperson, the attorney general is also there, the cabinet secretary of the ministry responsible for matters relating to the registration of persons and immigration, the principal secretary in the ministry responsible for matters relating to internal security, The principal secretary in the ministry responsible for matters relating to finance, foreign affairs, ministry responsible for matters relating to information and communication, constitutional affairs, cabinet office. Essentially, what they are supposed to do is to brief the nation in terms of their preparations for the assumption of office of the president. Under the Act, which is number 21 of 2012, the Act of Parliament provided for the procedure and ceremony for the assumption of the office of the president by the president-elect in accordance with Article 141. If you're wondering what their functions really are, is number one is to facilitate the handing over process by the outgoing president to the president-elect. They're also supposed to organize for the security of the president-elect, organize for the necessary facilities and personnel for the president-elect, coordinate the briefings of the president-elect by relevant public officers. They're also supposed to facilitate communication between the outgoing president and the president-elect, prepare the program and organize for the swearing-in ceremony, and also carry out any other activity necessary for the performance of its functions under this law and this act. So it's an elaborate team there, and the ones supposed to be giving the briefing shortly from Arambe House, and that's what we're waiting for any time from now. But you have the entire procedure, right? The arrangements for the assumption of the office by the president-elect includes a bit of security detail as well, security briefing. Public officers are supposed to provide required information. The president-elect shall, in the consultation with the committee, carry out such preparations as may be necessary for the purpose of assuming office. So all I'm saying in many words is that the assumption of the president committee is the team that is essentially in charge of the transition.
Indeed.
One president to the president-elect.
Indeed. And that usually happens by the president-elect taking what is called an oath or subscribing to an oath or affirmation of allegiance. This usually takes place the first Tuesday after the 14th day after the date of the results of the presidential election are announced. That is, if there is no petition. So the first Tuesday, the 14th day after the date of the results of the presidential election are announced, if no petition is there. So this is how the swearing-in ceremony ought to take place. This is still under the Act. Now, the swearing-in of the president-elect usually takes place in public, held in the capital city of Nairobi. We will be taking you through this later on. Of course, we're expecting that presser. But let's take you back to the Bomas of Kenya and listen in to the Vice Chair of IEBC, Juliana Cherera.
Ruto William Samoe, 39,225. Wahiga David Mwaure, 246. Wajackoyah George, 275. Makueni County, Kaiti Constituency, total voters in the constituency, 65,188. Total valid votes, 41,643. Rejected ballots, 228. Odinga Raila, 33,617. Ruto William, 7,659. Wahiga David Mwaure, 95. Wajackoyah George, 272. Thank you.
Naam, huyo ni naibu mwenyekiti wa IEBC Juliana Cherera hapo akiwa anatoa tangazo la matokeo kutoka maeneo bunge ya Gilgil katika kaunti ya Nakuru na Kaiti katika kaunti ya Makueni. Tukizidi tu kufuatilia jinsi matokeo yanavyozidi kutiririka katika maeneo mbalimbali. Hebu sasa tuangazie kaunti ya Makueni ambapo Michael Mutinda amekuwa akifuatilia shughuli hiyo. Mutinda, hujambo? Kaunti hiyo ya Makueni bila shaka kile ambacho wengi wanangoja kusikia ni kuhusiana na kinyang'anyiro cha ugavana, kinyang'anyiro cha mwakilishi wa kike pamoja na kinyang'anyiro cha seneta, kwa sababu nadhani hivi sasa uko katika kituo cha kujumlisha kura cha kaunti. Michael.
Na Mashirima Kapombe, kama ulivyosema ni kwamba ni ukweli niko katika kituo cha kaunti hii ya Makueni, kituo kikuu cha kujumlishia kura za kaunti hii katika taasisi ya mafunzo ya kiufundi ya Water Technical, ambapo nyuma yangu ninavyotazama ni maafisa wa tume ya IEBC na vile vile maajenti wa wagombea mbalimbali wa nafasi za ugavana, useneta na vile vile yule anayewania nafasi za mwakilishi wa kike. Na ni kwamba kaunti ya Makueni na jumla ya wapiga kura 1479,401 ambao wanang'ang'ania nani ambaye atakuweza kuongoza kaunti, na tayari ni kwamba maeneo bunge matatu kwenye eneo bunge hili, kwenye kaunti ambayo iko na maeneo bunge 6 wameweza kuleta matokeo yao hapa, na tayari tume hii ya IEBC imeweza kuidhinisha ama kudhibitisha matokeo ya eneo bunge, maeneo bunge mawili, ambapo eneo bunge la Kaiti na eneo bunge la Kilome. Na labda tu nikupatie tu taswira ya jinsi mambo yalivyo katika nafasi ya ugavana. Aliyekuwa seneta wa kaunti ya Makueni Mutula Kilonzo Junior na anawania nafasi hiyo katika tiketi ya chama cha Wiper, anaongoza kwenye eneo bunge hilo na amejizolea kura 34,938, akifuatwa na Patrick Musimba ambaye alikuwa mbunge wa eneo bunge la Kibwezi Magharibi na ni mgombea huru kwenye kinyang'anyiro hiki na ameweza kupata kura 5,095, huku David Masika mgombea wa chama cha ODM akipata kura 771, na wako watano ambao wanawania na nyadhifa hii ya ugavana. Wengine ni Emmanuel Mutisi ambaye ni wa UDA amepata kura 587, naye Anderson Kaloki ambaye ni mgombea huru akapata kura 144. Kwenye nafasi ya useneta, mbunge wa eneo bunge hili la Makueni Daniel Kitonga Manzo yumo kwenye kinyang'anyiro hicho kutafuta useneta wa kaunti sawia na gavana wa kaunti ya Makueni Profesa Kivutha Kibwana. Na ni kwamba kwenye nafasi hiyo Manzo ameongoza kwenye eneo bunge la Kaiti kwenye matokeo ambayo yameweza kudhibitishwa na afisa mkuu wa IEBC hapa Makueni Mwaure, na Manzo amepata kura 26,269 akifuatwa na Patrick Mbau ambaye ni wa chama cha NAK Kenya akiwa amepata kura 8,522, naye Profesa Kivutha Kibwana amejizolea kura 4,975. Kiti hiki cha useneta kina wagombea 6. Katika nafasi ya mwakilishi wa kike hapa kaunti ya Makueni, Rose Museo ambaye bado ndiye mwakilishi wa kike wa kaunti anaonekana kuongoza kwenye eneo bunge hilo la Kaiti ambapo ako na kura 10,982 akifuatwa na Mbula Mutula ambaye ako na kura 5,758, huku Andelina Mwau ambaye ni naibu gavana wa kaunti ya Makueni yuko kwenye kinyang'anyiro hiki cha mwakilishi wa kike ako na kura 4,732. Na nafasi hii ya uwakilishi wa kike imeweza kuvutia wagombea 10 kwenye uchaguzi wa mwaka huu. Vile vile kwenye eneo bunge la Kilome ambao tayari matokeo yake yameweza kuidhinishwa hapa, tunaye Daniel Manzo ambaye amepata kura 24,000, nafasi ya seneta 844, akifuata na Profesa Kivutha Kibwana ambaye amepata kura 6,725, na watatu ni Patrick Mbau 2,222. Kwenye nafasi ya gavana Mutula Kilonzo Junior ameongoza tena kwa kura 28,532 akifuatwa na Patrick Musimba 5,807, huku Emmanuel Mutisi wa UDA akipata kura 506. Nafasi ya mwakilishi wa kike Rose Musio kwa mara nyingine ameongoza kwa kura 16340, akifuatwa na Wavinya ama Mwaure na Wavinya wa chama cha Muungano ambaye amepata kura 5922, na Betty Kingo wa chama cha ODM amepata kura 3772. Ni matokeo tu kwa sasa, wanaendelea kuidhinisha matokeo ya eneo bunge la Makueni, lakini matokeo ya eneo bunge la Kibwezi Magharibi, Kibwezi Mashariki na Mboni bado hayajawasili hapa. Hivyo ina maana kwamba bado tuko hapa, tutasubiri mpaka wafike hapa na yaweze kuidhinishwa na kutangaziwa. Labda tu kwa kifupi tu niungane na mmoja wa waangalizi, kwa sababu hapa kuna waangalizi wa mashirika mbalimbali. Tuna waangalizi wa hata muungano wa mataifa ya Europa, European Union na miungano mingine. Tuanze na wewe utaanza na jina, utatuelezea wewe ni mwangalizi ama observer wa shirika gani?
Mimi naitwa Dr. Joyce Mwekali Mutinda, na mimi ni mwangalizi kutoka tume ya jinsia ile inaitwa National Gender and Equality Commission, nikiwa kama mwenyekiti pia, na ninaongoza wenzangu ambao tumekuja kuangalia vile kura zinapohesabiwa katika sehemu hii ya Makueni. Lakini pia tuna wengine wetu ambao walikuwa katika diaspora kama mimi na makamishina wangu ambao walienda mpaka Dar es Salaam, na wengine walienda mpaka Kampala, na mimi mwenyewe nikaenda mpaka Arusha. Na bado tuna mmoja wetu ambaye hako kwa National Tallying Center. Tunaangalia kura ili tuhakikishe ya kwamba kila mtu anapata haki yake. Na sana sana tunachunga wanawake wasidhulumiwe kwa wakati huu, wakati ambapo wanataka kuwa wawakilishi, na wakati mwingine hata sio wawakilishi, wakati ambapo wamepiga kura wanataka kuona kura yao ilihesabiwa na ikawa ni kitu cha muhimu kwa huku nchini kwetu Kenya. Lakini pia ningetaka kuambia Wakenya, nimeona tuna amani. Kila mahali tulipokwenda tuliona kuna amani. Tuzidi kuweka hiyo amani, na vile vile na wahimiza wote ambao ni wa IEBC wazidi kuwa na hiyo professionalism. Tunaona wanaendesha kazi vizuri, lakini pia wakumbuke wakiweka wananchi kwa muda mrefu sana, kunakuwa na kiwewe, na wananchi wanaweza kuwa vile wanasema kule mitaani wanakuwa wameboeka. Sasa wakiboeka hatujui watafanya nini. Kwa hivyo tukue na amani na tuweke amani, kutakuwa Kenya kesho. Asante. Na
umeweza kusikia mwenyewe kutoka kwa mwangalizi huyo uchaguzi, na kumbuka nimekwambia kwamba kuna maeneo bunge matatu ambayo hayajaleta matokeo yake. Hapa tuko hapa, tunaendelea kuwajuza pindi yanavojiri matokeo hayo. Kwa sasa ni hayo, sina la ziada kutoka katika taasisi ya mafunzo ya kiufundi mjini Wote. Mimi ni Michael Mtinda Mashirima.
Naam, shukran Mutinda hapo kutoka kaunti ya Makueni. Kama unavyoona hapa, tunazidi tu kukuletea matangazo kutoka sehemu mbalimbali. Hapa ni katika kaunti ya Tharaka Nithi, hapa ni katika kaunti ya Nairobi, eneo la Kasarani. Hebu tuanze na Nairobi tusikize wanasemaje.
The respective Form A from each of the polling stations in the constituency, together with the original Form B, where they collected results from that constituency. They will then submit those results to the county returning officer. This is where we are. The county returning officer and the team will verify the results as submitted in Form A with the collation result Form B, and then once we have verified those results, then we shall start preparing the respective Form C, which is the result declaration form. So as you can see, the teams here are verifying results that came in from each Form A, from each polling station in the respective constituencies, against the Form B that was collected at the constituency tallying center. And once verified, then we shall prepare Form C, which is the result declaration form. So we shall do this as each returning officer from the constituency comes in, until we have processed all the 17 constituency returning officers. By that time, our result declaration Form Cs will be complete with 3,643 polling stations. It is at that level that we'll be able to determine who the winner is for each of the 3 county elections. So that is the process that is ongoing. I just wanted to clarify so that you are in the know of what is going on here. Thank you very much. So far, we have received 3 constituency returning officers from Langata, from Makadara, and from Kasarani constituencies. Thank you very much.
Naam, ni hotuba ambayo ilikuwa inatolewa na afisa msimamizi wa IEBC katika kaunti ya Nairobi, Albert Gogo hapo kutoka kaunti ya Nairobi, akiwa anaeleza ile shughuli ambayo inaendelea kuhusiana na zile fomu ambazo zina matokeo, jinsi ambavyo zinajumlishwa. Naam, kama tulivyokuarifu awali, tunafuatilia tu taarifa kutoka maeneo mbalimbali. Hapa ndio nilikuwa nazungumzia kaunti ya Nairobi, eneo la Kasarani, ambapo ni kituo cha kujumlisha kura cha kaunti ya Nairobi. Hapa pembeni tunangojea tu hiyo hotuba kutoka kwa mkuu wa utumishi wa umma Bwana Joseph Kinyo. Lakini kwa sasa nawapisha wenzangu Trevor Ombija na Safini. Hapo ndio unajua mtu amechoka Trevor.
Bado naona, lakini bado nilikuwa nangojea nisikie assumption of the office of the president committee. Asemwaje na Kiswahili mashirima. Bado tunangojea. Let me show you the screens right now. That is where we are right now, the Rambe House. Those are like, we want to show you live pictures from that region and explain to you exactly what we are waiting for any time from now. As soon as that happens, we'll cross over. That is the assumption of the office of the president committee. Media briefing expected any time from now. So that team was established under the assumption of the office of the president Act number 12 of 2012. They have very specific functions. So the most critical is to provide for the procedure and ceremony for the assumption of the office of the president by the president-elect in accordance with the Article 141 of the Constitution. They are essentially meant to facilitate the handing over process by outgoing president to the president-elect. They're also supposed to organize for the security of the president-elect, organize for the necessary facilities and personnel for the president-elect as well, coordinate the briefings of the president-elect by relevant public officers, facilitate communication between the outgoing president and the president-elect. They're also supposed to be prepared for the program and organize for the swearing-in ceremony and carry out any other activity necessary for the performance of its functions under the Act. So the committee is an ad hoc committee and consists of the Secretary of the Cabinet, who shall be the chairperson, the Attorney General, the Cabinet Secretary, ministry responsible for matters relating to registration, persons of immigration, PS, Ministry for Internal Security, Finance, Foreign Affairs, Information and Communication, Constitutional Affairs, Cabinet Office, Local Government, Culture and Social Services. Also, there's the security arm of it. The Chief of Kenya Defence Forces is also part of them, the Director General of the National Intelligence Service, the Inspector General of the National Police, the person in charge of administration and affairs of State House, the Clerk to the National Assembly, the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary, 3 persons nominated by the President-elect, the Clerk of the Senate, and the Secretary to the Intergovernmental Relations Secretariat. So essentially, they're the ones in charge of ensuring a smooth transition. So we're waiting for that media briefing any time from now. Before we have a conversation with our guests here in Safin, we'll just talk about the process in terms of what has happened so far. But first, let's cross over to Nikki Gitonga. Mashirima?
Na bila shaka Trevor, wajua wakati ambapo nimekuita Trevor, hata kujaribu kutafsiri hiyo kamati inayosimamia shughuli ya kuapishwa kwa rais mpya ilikuwa imenitoka. Lakini hivyo ndio ninavyosema kwa Kiswahili. Hebu sasa tuelekee katika eneo bunge la Matuga ambapo Niki Gitonga amekuwa akifuatilia matukio na jinsi ambavyo matokeo yamekuwa yakijumulishwa katika eneo hilo. Niki, hujambo? Jana ulisema kwamba mbali na kuwa kulikuwa na matatizo ya kujumlisha kura katika eneo hilo, kwamba shughuli ilianza tena. Je, kufikia sasa wagombeaji wameridhishwa na jinsi shughuli hiyo inavyoendelezwa?
Wale wagombea mashirima ambao walikuwa wako hapa sawa kiti cha ugavana alikuwa ni pamoja na Profesa Hamadi Boga wa chama cha ODM, na yule wa chama cha PA Chai Lunganzi, pamoja na Ali Chirao Mwakwere ambaye anawania ugavana kupitia chama cha Wiper. Bado hatujawaona baada ile purukushani ilikuwa hapa, na watu wakaweza kutolewa nje na wale askari jeshi, na zoezi hilo kuweza kuendelea hadi kufikia sasa. Mashirima sijajua kama wameridhika na matokeo au la, lakini zoezi la uhesabu kura liliendelea na vituo 205 vimehesabu kura zote, na hata muda mchache tu uliopita mbunge ambaye alikuwa amehifadhi kiti chake Kasim Sawa Tandaza ameweza kutangazwa kwa mshindi na kura 17,841, akifuatiwa karibu na waziri wa zamani wa vijana katika kaunti ya Kwale Ramadhan Bungali aliyepata kura 9,136, na pamoja na ule alikuwa anagombea kiti cha ubunge kupitia chama cha ODM Hassan Mwanyo aliyopata kura 7,842, huku mwanahabari Mwanaisha Chizuga akipata kura 4,102. Kwa hivyo Kasim Tandaza ameweza kuhifadhi kiti chake, na matokeo katika maeneo mengine ya ubunge tuliweza kuyatangaza tayari hiyo jana. Msambweni Faisal Baderi ndiye mbunge baada ya kushinda. Eneo bunge la Lungalunga Mangale Munga Chiforomodo ndiye mbunge, na katika eneo la Kinango mbunge ni Gonzi Rai kupitia chama cha PA. Na matokeo ambayo tunasubiri kwamba ule afisa msimamizi wa IEBC kuyatangaza nafasi za ugavana, nafasi za useneta, nafasi ya wakilishi wa kike. Tunatarajia kwamba matokeo haya yaweze kujumlisha, lakini matokeo kutoka maeneo bunge ambayo tayari tumeweza kupata, maeneo bunge ya Msambweni, Fatuma Achani ambaye anawania kiti cha ugavana kupitia chama cha UDA alipata kura 18,194. Profesa Hamadi Boga akapata kura 23,799, na Lunganzi Chai Lunganzi kutoka chama cha PA akapata kura 2,093. Eneo bunge la Lungalunga Achani akapata kura 11,859. Profesa Boga akapata kura 7,121, na Lunganzi naye akapata kura 9,879. Tukienda katika eneo bunge la Matuga hapa tulipo, Fatuma Chani ana kura 12,009, Profesa Boga 15,116, na Lunganzi akiwa na 12,234. Tukimalizia eneo bunge la Lungalunga, eneo bunge la Kinango, Fatuma Chani ana kura 17,214, huku Boga akiwa na 7,903, na Lunganzi akiwa na kura 22,450. Kwa hivyo hayo ni matokeo ambayo yanatoka katika maeneo bunge mbalimbali ya eneo hili la Kwale ambayo yametangazwa na maafisa ya IEBC kutoka vituo mbalimbali. Na kulingana na zile takwimu hadi kufikia sasa, Fatuma Chani ana kura 59,276, huku Profesa Hamadi Boga akiwa na kura 53,939, na Chai Lunganzi akiwa na kura 46,656. Kwa hivyo tutasubiri afisa wa IEBC mkuu katika eneo hili la Kwale, wao ndo watakao tangaza mshindi ni nani kati ya hawa watatu kulingana na yale matokeo yameweza kupatikana hadi kufikia sasa. Vitu vingine tutasubiri kwa sababu hatujapata matokeo ya useneta kutoka maeneo bunge ya Lungalunga na Matuga, bado hapa pia hayajatangazwa. Kwa hivyo itabidi mashirima tusubiri, lakini matokeo ya ugavana ni hayo, lakini atakayetangaza mshindi ni IEBC wala si Niki Gitonga.
Naam, asante sana Niki Gitonga. Hebu sasa tuelekeze macho hadi katika afisi ya Rais hapo Harambee House, ambapo mkuu wa utumishi wa umma Joseph Kinyua pamoja na wengine ambao wanasimamia shughuli ya kuapishwa kwa rais mpya, shughuli hiyo inaendelea, ama hotuba hiyo ndio inataka kutolewa hivi sasa. Hebu tusikize.
We can proceed. We can proceed. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, fellow Kenyans, good afternoon. In fidelity with the dictates of our Constitution, I have this morning chaired the inaugural meeting of the Assumption of the Office of the President Committee. The committee is established pursuant to the Assumption of the Office of the President Act, that is Act number 21 of year 2012, and in furtherance of Article 141 of our Constitution. The committee's core mandate is to facilitate a smooth transition from the current administration to the incoming administration. Substantively, the mandate of the committee will be triggered once the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission formally announces the results of the 9th August 2022 presidential election and declares a president-elect. In accordance with the primary act of Parliament, the functions of the Assumption of the Office of the President Committee are to 1, facilitate handing over the process of the outgoing president to the president-elect. 2, organize for the security of the president-elect. 3, organize for the necessary facilities and personnel for the president-elect. 4, coordinate the briefings of the president-elect by relevant public officers. 5, facilitate communication between the outgoing president and the president-elect. And last but not least, prepare the program and organize for the swearing-in ceremony. Finally, I wish to inform you we will be making periodic briefings to the nation as the transition process kicks off. I thank you all. May God bless you and our beloved nation, Kenya. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Joseph Kinyua, the head of public service, just doing exactly what we said they do and reading out what their roles are.
Yeah.
That's it. So just confirming that they chaired a meeting today on the Assumption of the Office of the President.
They are very fast meeting. I think this was just for them to sort of set the pace and tell Kenyans that we are on standby. Yeah, we're just waiting for the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission to announce who is the president-elect, and then we go ahead exercising our mandate as a committee. And of course, he has talked about what they intend to do as part of the functions that Trevor had mentioned earlier. But it would be important, before we just begin our conversation, to talk about the swearing-in ceremony and how it happens, just because this is something that Kenyans usually, at this particular point, are anticipating. Once the IEBC declares the president-elect on the first Tuesday following the 14th day after the date of the results of the presidential election are announced, if there is no petition, then the swearing-in ceremony takes place, and it happens by the president-elect assuming office by taking and subscribing the oath or affirmation of allegiance. So this is how it usually happens. The swearing-in ceremony usually takes place in public in Kenya's capital. That is according to the Constitution. The committee then publishes by a gazette notice the date and place where the ceremony is going to take place. Then on the day on which the president-elect is sworn in, it is declared a public holiday. It happens this way. So during the swearing-in ceremony, the president-elect takes the oath or the affirmation of allegiance. And of course, the other thing that he does is also takes the affirmation for the execution of the functions of the office. This is in accordance to Article 141 of the Constitution. Then after he does this, this is actually done in the presence of the Chief Justice, or if the Chief Justice is not there, it's done in the presence of the Deputy Chief Justice, and it is the Chief Registrar who actually conducts this whole process. Yeah. Upon doing this, then that they go ahead to sign what is called a certificate of inauguration, and then now the handing over of the instrument of power, the process begins.
All right.
From there.
Yep, that's an elaborate detail of what to expect in the coming days right after the announcement from the IEBC. Now let's take a quick break here on Kenya's Choice 2022 right on Citizen TV. We are continuing with the wall-to-wall coverage. Professor Gitile Naituli is here, governance expert, Franklin Mkwanja, executive director, CMD, and Saskala Barakwe, public policy expert. You have to say your name very slowly. Saskala Barakwe. We'll be back with them in just a bit. Don't go too far.
Shabiki Jackpot Mbao wiki hii. Cheza mechi hizi ili ushinde 21,029,102 shillings. Shabiki Jackpot Mbao, the easiest jackpot in Kenya. Strictly not for persons under the age of 18. Betting can be addictive. Play responsibly. Shabiki.com is authorized and regulated by the BCLB. License number 416.
Experience Swiss-based education in the heart of Nairobi. With practical hands-on skills, we prepare you for the dynamic world of culinary arts and patisserie or international hospitality management. Travel the world and gain global work experience through our international placement network as you shape your career as the next global future leader in hospitality. Welcome to the Boma International Hospitality College. August and September intake ongoing.
Magic.
Magic.
When seconds count, experience makes the difference. The Nairobi Hospital Accident and Emergency Center is situated in close proximity to the laboratory, radiology theaters, labor ward, cardiac catheterization lab, and the critical care units. With a network of labs, you are guaranteed of accurate medical test results. The Nairobi Hospital is a center of renal excellence, providing cutting-edge technology through more than 10 dialysis machines. As a patient, you are certain to get quality medicine at the best possible prices at our fully stocked pharmacies.
I know I can't do everything, but guess what? Thanks to me, you can now check account balances, apply for instant loans, make payments directly to paybill and till numbers, send money to mobile and bank accounts, and pay your bills. Download the upgraded M-Corp Cash today and try it out.
Sasa pata smartphone mpya Tecno Camon 17 kupitia lipa mdogo mdogo. Piga *544*5# kuona kama unafaulu kujiunga na mpango wa lipa mdogo mdogo kutoka Safaricom.
Welcome back, and we continue with our coverage of the 2022 general election. Just 3 days since the voting exercise officially closed, all eyes are at the Bomas of Kenya as the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Wafula Chebukati, is finalizing the process of getting the numbers from the counties and making the official declaration. In studio here, we are going deeper just to talk about the trends and the outcomes as the country has already started celebrating, others are conceding defeat. We have a panel of experts who are going to be reading through what has been happening in the country since Kenyans took to different polling stations. We have Professor Joseph Gitile Naituli, who is a governance expert. We have Franklin Mukwanja, the Executive Director, Center for Multi-Party Democracy. Also with us is Asaska Labarakwe, public policy expert.
You know, Safin, you say it's been 3 days since elections. It certainly feels like a week. People have been waiting and the patience is running out.
I tell you.
But let me just quick update. The IEBC from their website, and this is public, you can also check it out yourself, forms.iebc.or.ke. They've received Form 34As from 46,203 polling stations. So they only have about 26 to go. Now, the Form 34Bs, which is the cumulative figures from the constituency level, they've received 213 out of 291. But there's also the physical manual verification that's happening right now at the Bomas of Kenya. So when you see them giving the updates, they're talking about the constituencies tallies that are now finally confirmed, and they are doing their tally separately. So we'll cross over also to Ayub to show you what's really going on there and the numbers that are there so far. But Prof, let me bring you in and start with you here. What has been your assessment of the IEBC's performance this far?
I think I've been actually very good.
Yeah.
Very transparent, which is what we have been looking for along. And even their work speed, I think, is very good because people are making pronouncements about urgency, about anxiety. I even see here keen sense of urgency at Bomas as Kenyans await election. I can tell you this, I've never seen an election where Kenyans actually don't care, even when you announce these results. Because, you know, the previous elections, you have seen even in the turnout goes to 95 in some areas, because the Kenyans always have been very open for the candidate to change their lives. They have come to the conclusion that their lives wouldn't be changed by any of the candidates in the ballot, basically. I mean, when you looked at promises made by, for example, Kenya Kwanza, they are the same promises they made when they were selling Uhuru Kenyatta to us. 2013. People are very much aware of this. That's why there is actually no anxiety. People need to try to stop putting anxiety on the people of Kenya, because these fellows are going with their business as usual. They know that nothing really will change until it changes. You understand? So even the turnout, why is so low, is a reflection of the fact that in previous elections, people are hopeful that their lives will change. They actually believed in the candidates, but because of the performance of the Jubilee administration, the Kenyans have lost hope with the politicians.
Okay.
So these people can now take their 7 days according to law, and they announce there will be no anxiety, and there is no anxiety out there.
Asaska, do you agree with this? Because there's some people who say there's a lot of anxiety. Prof says that people have lost trust in the political system, so they don't really care. That's the reason why the turnout was even low.
Thank you, Trevor. I think I'm of different opinion from Prof here, because in this year's election, Kenyans are hopeless, feel very hopeless and very helpless, and that shows how that has affected the voter turnout. And I think currently it's approximately about 65% turnout overall.
No, 56.
Okay.
65.
65, I believe.
Yeah, 65.
What am I seeing there?
My records.
No, stay with the IBC numbers.
Approximately about.
Commissioner said it's 65.
About 65%.
Yeah.
And you asked about what we think about IEBC this time round. And
that was IEBC over there?
No.
IEBC Kenya?
No, that's...
Voter turnout at 56?
No. It was 65, Prof.
Okay.
65.
So I think IEBC this time round has done a decent job.
Yeah.
Despite some logistical issues here and there, and the failure of some KIMS kits in a number of polling stations countrywide, I think they've done well. And what amazes me this time round, Trevor, is the fact that with the IEBC data dump on the portal, as much as Kenyan citizens don't have that capacity and time to really take each form and verify themselves, this has created a wave of citizen participation in the electoral process for the first time in Kenya. I think I'll say kudos to IEBC for that.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say that, because, you know, Form 34Bs have already been uploaded. There are 213 of them out of 291.
Yeah, about 99%.
If that's 73.2%. But if you want to tally now, you can literally log in there and do the job yourself.
True, but we don't have the capacity. Personally,
who has the patience to even do that?
I like the fact that we are head-to-head, tallying ourselves. Media houses are doing the same. So I think for me, this has changed the transparency and credibility of the IEBC on this part.
Yeah.
I think I'll really applaud them for this.
Okay. Mkwanja, do you see a more credible process from here henceforth? Because there are those who are saying, okay, fine, this time they may have got a few people flat-footed, but maybe in 2027, if people expect this, then the tallies will even be faster.
I reckon we can only get better from the point of view that we have had various advices and audits of the elections. 2013 is a good learning ground from the Supreme Court to the IEBC itself, to 2017, the nullification, way back to the Kriegler Commission report. And I think we can only get better. We must commend the IEBC, and there are signs that they have improved. The credibility and the legitimacy of the outcome can only be, pinpointed once we have gone through the process. But so far, in terms of the polling process, in terms of the counting, in terms of the tallying, we can see a good improvement. We have no issues in regard to the paper trail. We have no issues in regard to data management and transmission of results. We can basically say that there have been this been a notable increase in terms of transparency and data access, which points to the usual understanding that the challenge with IEBC is not capacity. It is the interests of other players that makes it not utilize its capacity. And when we have seen improved coordination from other electoral management institutions coordinating much better with IEBC, that points to some level of maturity that we have always expected, and it can only get better. In regard to what my two analysts have said, I would take a bit of what they have said and agree and also disagree. You see, elections are important in a democracy, but they are not sufficient by themselves to make sure that the country is progressing. Progress is based on how the society works, both minority and majority, to bolster democratic institutions and performance, to promote public participation and citizen engagement. And it's quite disappointing to some level as a democratic development practitioner to see the low voter turnout. Because I am certain that it's not out of disinterest or ignorance. But we were well aware before this, we went to the ballot on Tuesday morning, that the economic situation was going to always inform voter behavior and turnout. And we can see it. But nonetheless, we have good numbers, 14 million, that can be able to decide who will govern us. Now it's trying to switch the gears. Are Kenyans anxious? I think there is a level of anxiety in terms of when can we conclude this, so that with this current economic situation, people want to come out there and freely, get their next bread. And that is why some of them were not able to move, because it needs about 5,000 shillings to move from Nairobi to about 300, 200 kilometers to vote. So it was an expense that they needed to. So people are anxious to the extent that they need to get out there and continue their normal life. But the level of anxiety, I think we cannot deny it.
Prof, I know you have something to say about vote here, but even as you do that, earlier, I'll just take you by your word. You spoke about Kenyans don't really care. And you talked about the turnout as evidence enough to show how Kenyans are really hopeless and they don't even want to know what's happening around them. I mean, I want to personally believe that Kenyans should care, because the elections is a process that it's sort of like you're giving power to somebody else to exercise it on your behalf. For me, I feel Kenyans should care. Let me take you back to just tell us a bit about who failed Kenyans, what really happened, where did the rain start beating us? Because it's all about lessons. We have to move forward. Where
I agree. I agree with you completely that Kenyans should care, and they will have to care. Because a banding government, they say, is elected by good citizens who don't vote, who don't participate in voting. Before I address that one, I want to tell my fellow panelists here that the Kenyans are going about their business as normal. In fact, when I was coming here, I passed through different places. From Rongai, went to Rosalind. People are just working. They are not even listening to the radios. Do you know why? There is an ingredient missing in this election. The tribe is missing. This election has collapsed the tribe. Now, because there is no tribe, now we are all Kenyans. We're taking for the result. Tribe is what was bringing the emotions to accompany the voting and all that. So this election, we are Kenyans, all of us. And they are not worried actually who takes it, which direction it goes. There's nobody who is frightened. There's nobody who, like previous elections, we are on edge because our person must take. Now that brings us back to as founders. Jubilee and administration as founders. Jubilee and administration overpromised and underperformed. Overpromised and under-delivered. So the populace right now is very skeptical of promises. Because the promises weren't given. Elaborately, in fact, I think one of the candidates, Ruto, is fantastic with words. The man is an artist. When he sold Uhuru to us, because he's the one who sold Uhuru to us, he gave us the same promises which he has now given. We believed him then. The people don't believe him now because nothing of that was achieved. Yeah. So people are able to judge and they ignore and they say, look, we must have our president. So they drag themselves to vote. I was asking Nandi in Meru about the voting. And she says, you know, Professor, I've come to vote, but those who are not voting are more than me. Of course, now that is not exactly true. Yeah. Because if 65% has voted, then she was wrong. But that was our perception. Our perception is he is participating in electing the president, but she thinks the majority have been left at home because they are not participating. Jubilee failed this country. Okay.
Yes, is it that the tribal arithmetic is what has now made this
better, more peaceful?
More peaceful,
yeah,
like
exactly.
prophecy.
Yes.
Trevor, if you look at both manifestos for Azimio and for Kenya Kwanza, you see that economy tops the list. And it's a crazy time in Kenya right now if you look at the economics and inflation, high debt, high food, high cost of living, you know. You're paying a lot for unga, you know, you're paying a lot for fuel. I think, as I said earlier, we feel hopeless. We feel a bit helpless. And I pity the next incoming president because there's a lot of work to do in a very short span of time, especially to bring down the cost of living in this country, Trevor. So as much as this election have been run on a platform of issues, not really ideologies or tribal. There's a little bit of class here and there with the hustler narrative, but overall, I feel like tribe still plays a little bit, not as much pronounced as the previous election cycles, though.
All right. And
I honestly, you know, I was tutored at some point that the professor is always right. But I will honestly disagree with the professor in regard to the ethnic arithmetics. Yeah. The mere fact that the Gema nation voted for a different candidate does not seem to convince me that there was no ethnicity in this ballot. And you can see that it's still the coalitions and the presidential ticket is still very much an arrangement and a settlement of the elites. Look at the struggle in Bungoma and how Raila Odinga went there begging and saying, please, you are my people, don't embarrass me. But the mere fact that he didn't have Wetangula, and he has lost Bungoma. Look at the way the Kalenjin nation voted. You know, look at the way the Luo nation voted. So there is the only positive about it is that there was no Gema candidate, and therefore William Ruto outfoxed the boss in terms of selling, the vibe against Raila Odinga, and they had to agree with him. So that's the only difference.
Okay.
Otherwise, if you look at the way things are playing out, it's still largely an ethnic
tribe or not tribe. Yeah. I mean, this
one indicator of tribal angle in voting is turnout.
Prof, we're coming back to just pick this up and see how it has impacted the outcome of the 2022 general election. But remember, we're also linking up with our reporters from different parts of the country. Mashirima.
Nazidi tu kusikiza mdahalo huu ambao unaendelea, na nadhani swali kuu kwangu mimi ambalo ningependa wageni wetu waweze kujibu ni kuhusiana na taarifa za uongo ama fake news ukipenda, ambazo zinaenezwa mtandaoni, jambo ambalo huenda linaashiria kitu tofauti. Maanake ukitoka nje unaona kama kila kitu kimetulia, lakini ukienda mtandaoni, hapo ndio ngoma ipo. Hebu sasa tuelekee katika kaunti ya Mombasa, ambapo Francis Mtalaki amekuwa akitujuza kuhusiana na matukio na matokeo katika eneo hilo. Mtalaki, hujambo? Jana ulitueleza baadhi ya maeneo bunge ambapo tayari washindi wamepokezwa vyeti katika kituo hicho cha kujumlisha kura cha kaunti ya Mombasa. Je, kuna matokeo ama tangazo lililotolewa kuhusiana na mshindi wa useneta na mwakilishi wa kike?
Na Mashirima, kufikia sasa bado matangazo ya kuhusiana na kiti cha useneta na wakilishi wa kike hayajaweza kutangazwa, lakini tukiangalia nyuma ni kwamba kwa wale maafisa wa tume ya IEBC wapo mbioni kujumuisha baadhi ya matokeo ambayo yamekwisha fika katika kituo hiki cha kaunti cha kujumuisha kura, na tunataraji kwamba wakati wote kwa siku ya leo watakwenda kutangaza seneta wa Mombasa ni nani pamoja na mwakilishi wa kike ni nani. Lakini kwa ile takwimu ambayo imeweza kufika kutoka sasa na baadhi ya matokeo ambayo yameweza kutangazwa katika eneo hili ni kwamba inaonekana seneta wa sasa Mohamed Faki wa chama cha ODM ndiye anayeongoza, akifuatwa kwa karibu na yule mwenzake wa chama cha UDA Mohamed Hamisi Mwaguya. Na pia katika swala la mwakilishi wa kike, pia chama cha ODM kupitia mgombea ambaye ni Zamza Mohamed anaongozwa, na akifuatwa pia kwa karibu na mwenzake wa chama cha UDA. Kwa hivyo tutaendelea kufuatilia na tutaendelea kukaa hapa kuona ni vipi labda kipote hiki cha masuala ya useneta na wakilishi wa kike yataendelea, na matokeo yatakapotangazwa rasmi kutoka vituo vyote au maeneo bunge yote 6 yaliyoko kwa sasa. Wameweza kutangaza tu maeneo bunge mawili, na pia hapo awali pia tulikuwa katika eneo la Jomvu ambapo Badi Twalib, mbunge wa pale, ameweza kutangazwa mshindi wa chama cha ODM kwa kura 13,850 akitoa ushindi, lakini akifuatwa pia na yule mwenzake wa Jubilee ambaye ni Renson Thoya ambaye amejizolea kura 9,404, na pia Karisa Nzai wa chama cha UDA alikuwa watatu kwa kura 5,439. Na katika eneo bunge jirani ambayo ni bunge la Changamwe Mashirima ni kwamba mbunge pia ambaye amehudumu kwa kipindi cha miaka 10 ambaye ni Omar Mwinyi anatafuta hatamu yake ya 3 sasa kwa chama cha ODM, ameibuka mshindi dhidi ya wagombea wengine 12 ambao walikuwa wanawania kiti hicho, na ameshinda kwa kura 25,077 akifuatwa na Abdi Daib wa Jubilee ambaye amejizolea kura 5,789, na yule wa chama cha Wiper ambaye ni Munyoki Nyalo amepata kura 4,040. Hayo ni baadhi tu ya matokeo ambayo kwa sasa kutoka maeneo bunge mawili ambayo tumeweza kudhibitisha. Washindi wamekwisha kabidhiwa vyeti vyao, na kwa sasa wataendelea kuhudumu wakiweza kuwakilisha chama cha ODM katika maeneo hayo bunge mawili. Na pia hapo jana Mohamed Ali wa chama cha UDA aliweza kushinda katika eneo bunge la Nyali, na pia eneo la Kisauni kuna Omar Benzimba ambaye aliweza kutoa ushindi kwa kura 35,747 na kuweza kutawazwa mshindi hapo jana. pia katika eneo hili ambalo tulipo la Mvita, japo kulikuwa na utata, maafisa wa tume ya IEBC walimtangaza pia Mohamed Machele ambaye ni wa chama cha ODM kuweza kuweza kuwa mbunge wa eneo hili la Mvita kwa kipindi cha miaka 5 ijayo hapo jana. Na kwa hivyo basi eneo moja ambalo tunasubiri pia ni eneo la Likoni, alafu wakiweza kuleta yale matokeo na pia tajumuishwa pale, alafu maafisa wale wa tume ya IEBC wanaoendelea na shughuli nzima ya kuhakikisha kwamba wameweza kujumuisha matokeo ya useneta pamoja na wakilishi wa kike, watakwenda kutoa taarifa kamili na kuweza kuwatawaza ni nani mshindi. Itakuwa ni chama cha UDA ama ni chama cha ODM. Mashirima, tutasubiri kuona ni nani atatoa ushindi, lakini kwa sasa kuna ushindani mkali kati ya vyama hivi viwili, hususan kwa kiti cha useneta pamoja na kile cha wakilishi wa kike.
Na mshukrani Mtalaki hapo kutoka kaunti ya Mombasa, ambapo yuko katika kituo cha kujumlisha kura cha kaunti ya Mombasa, kituo ambacho kipo katika eneo bunge la Mvita. Na hapa studioni tunazidi tu na mdahalo wetu kuhusiana na jinsi matokeo yanavyozidi kuendelea na tabia ya Wakenya hivi sasa, wakati ambapo matokeo hayo yanazidi kusubiriwa kwa hamu, haswa matokeo ya urais. Na Trevor na Safin, awali nimeuliza hilo swali kuhusiana na uvumi unaoendelea katika mitandao ya kijamii, na inaashiria nini kuhusiana pia na ule uhuru ambao IEBC ilitoa ya kujumlisha kura. Maana tumekuwa tukiona wengine wanasema hivi, wengine wanasema hivi, lakini IEBC ndio tunangoja kwamba wao ndio watakuwa msema kweli. Trevor.
Indeed, Mashirima, that's a very important question, by the way, even as we pick up on this second part of our conversation with our panel discussion, Professor Joseph Gitila Naituli, Franklin Mukwanja and Asaska Labarakwe. Before we continue, maybe they should just respond to Mashirima's question with regards to fake news, uvumi, ya kimitandao. You see, social media is playing a role in this election, and Kenyans sort of feel like they are free to say anything and do anything, especially with the space that has been opened by IEBC. Anyone can access, you know, the whatever information that they have. Do you feel like that leeway has been abused a little bit? Professor, let me begin with you.
I think it has, but I want very quickly to respond to Asaska on the campaign main theme of economy. I think this is where Asimio could have dropped the ball. This election has never been about the economy. It has been about integrity. Because it is integrity that brings corruption, and it's corruption which has brought us down. But they never really brought that point to the voter properly. Because if you look at the Jubilee government, the biggest theft took place in the first 5 years of Jubilee. 649 billion looted publicly. I mean, they were not even warned or hiding anything. So the Azimio could have used that effectively. I doubt that they didn't, because they would have turned the tide heavily.
We don't know what the results will look like, so let's talk about the issues around
in the paper. So now, problem we have is the inciters and those people who I would say, quote unquote, they are not good citizens. They are residents in Twitter. They are residents in Facebook. They are residents in the social media generally. And this is where the government agencies is supposed to come in and protect us. This is where also the administrators of those platforms are also supposed to come and protect us. Because we have freedom of information. So you can't stop people actually saying what they want, as long as they have not crossed the line of vilification, of incitement to violence, of propaganda for war. If they have not crossed that line, they can very carefully incite without you knowing exactly what they are doing. That is why the administrators and those people need to come in and assist us.
Yeah, but as Aska, there's a very thin line between the freedom of speech here and infringing on people's rights and crossing over, because even before the elections, there were many rumors that the Facebook would be shut down, the internet would be shut down, but they came out, the CS came out and said nobody's going to touch it at all. But there's also that risk of flying around fake news.
Yes. True. I agree with you, Trevor, that yes, we have a right to freedom of speech and opinion. And people forget that what we see, the misinformation and the disinformation on social media, it's mainly coming from the two groups, the two camps, yeah? Supporters of Kenya Kwanza and supporters of the Azimio coalition. And as much as they are sending out misleading information, I mean, we have almost 12 million Kenyans using the social media of late. Yep. So for me, as much as we have the right of opinion and of speech, I think we need to be careful a bit, because at the end of the day, it's only Mr. Chebukati who is the returning officer for the presidential results, and he's the only one who can declare, who has the mandate constitutionally to declare. So it's time for us to be keen and sift through the information you read as Kenyans, and don't panic. We need a lot of patience to go through this in the next couple hours or so, a couple days. So for me, we truly have to be very, very careful.
Yeah. We have to take a quick break now. When we come back, Franklin, and come to you. And there's something that was mentioned by the East African Community Election Observation Mission, headed by Jakaya Kikwete, that is the former Tanzanian president. He talked about the independent candidate agents having increased, which to him, it related to the fact that the primaries may have failed. And there was an upsurge of independent candidates.
Yeah. We're also reading into an interesting trend of independent candidates being elected for key positions in the country, and we will be talking about what message this then sends to us as a country. But now we want to take a very short break. We are back with more. Don't go too far.
Haleluya. Naitwa William Ruto, mwimbaji wa nyimbo za Injili kutoka nchini Tanzania. Kupata wimbo huu wa Yupo Mungu, kama sikiza tune yako, bonyeza *811*381#. Sikiza na Citizen, nyumbani kwa wasanii wote.
Aren't you excited for the Champions League, Europa, FA Cup?
Gee, every moment from the Premier League, every.
Don't forget local, the Ethiopian and Zambian leagues, and the FIFA World Cup.
You know what they should call it though?
I've got it. Football's greatest season.
Get DSTV so you can drink from every cup that matters in football's greatest season. Only on SuperSport.
I know I can't do everything. No one's perfect. But guess what? Thanks to me, you can now check account balances, apply for instant loans, make payments directly to paybill and till numbers, buy airtime, send money to mobile and bank accounts, and pay your bills. Download the upgraded M-Corp Cash today and try it out.
Sasa pata smartphone mpya ya Tecno Spark 7 kupitia lipa mdogo mdogo. Piga *544*5# kuona kama unafaulu kujiunga na mpango wa lipa mdogo mdogo kutoka Safaricom. Follow the 2022 general election live on Viusasa. Get instant results on the go and on any device. Whether it's the president, governor, senator, or any other race, be the first to know. Simply go to Viusasa and tap Elections 2022 tab. Live results straight to your phone with Viusasa.
Dial *126# or download my Safaricom app and let's lift one another.
Simply following the care label of the items and the dosage instructions on the detergent packaging will give you the hygienic results you need.
Doffy's strong enzymatic particles remove stains easily. Microcapsule fragrance goes into fibers and give you lasting freshness for the whole day.
Colorful day, wonderful scent.
To finish this meal. Okay, I'll have one.
Ha! First you twist it, and then you lick it, and then you dunk it, and then you eat it.
Big leagues are back. Enjoy boosted odds on the English Premier League, the French Ligue 1, the German Bundesliga, La Liga, Italian Serie A, and many top leagues only on Shabiki.com. Kuwa Shabiki. Play now. Strictly not for persons under the age of 18. Betting can be addictive. Play responsibly. Shabiki.com is authorized and regulated by the BCLB. License number 416.
All right, thank you for staying with Kenya's Choice 2022 right here live on Citizen TV. We promised you will be here until you hear the results. Finally, that's live pictures from the IEBC. The verification process is still going on. Returning officers coming to the National Tallying Center, counter-checking all the numbers that they have from the 34 A's that they uploaded and the 34 B's, which accumulation of the numbers from the constituency levels, counter-checked by agents there and then announced by the IEBC team of commissioners and the chairperson, who's the national returning officer there. Right now, from their own website, they've already received 46,203 Form 34As out of the 46,229, meaning they only have about 26 more to go. The Form 34Bs are still at 213 and 290 out of the 291 that is expected. Every single time you see one of them step up at the podium, what they're announcing are the already verified numbers from the constituency level, and they're giving the tallies as well. So far, they've spoken about Webuye East, Baringo Central, Oljororok, Kadhiani, Kajiado, Lamu East, Ndia, Gatundu South, Yatta, Anaimkoi, Moiben, Nandi Hills, and much more. As soon as they have more, they'll cross over there for a comprehensive detail of the list that they're giving there, plus the numbers that they've received and verified.
Indeed, and we have our very own Ayub Abdikadir and Francis Gashuri at the Bomas of Kenya for us. So we should be crossing over to them as soon as they have new information. We are staying on that for you. Of course, in studio, we are also having an in-depth conversation about the trends we are reading from the 2022 general election. And earlier we had told you we are going to be talking about the surge of independence. So far, a few candidates have been able to secure their seats, the seats they were vying for under the independent ticket. And of course, just yesterday, Ronald Karauri was declared MP-elect for Kasarani constituency after garnering over 32,000 votes, beating Jubilee candidate Mwaure Gakuya, who actually beat him to the Jubilee Party ticket in the nominations. In Kisumu County, the Kisumu Town East lawmaker Shakil Shabir retained his seat on an independent party ticket, beating ODM's Nicholas Oricho. And of course, in Migori County, an interesting trend also, where ODM's Danita Gati was beaten to the woman representative seat by an independent candidate, Fatma Mohammed. Reading into this, sending a very strong message about the role of political parties in an election.
Exactly, and that's where we want to go, Franklin Kwanja. Did they get it wrong in the party primaries, or are people just giving a protest vote against those who are perceived to be pushed to them by the bosses of the parties?
All right, I feel the heat.
Yeah. Yes.
But I'm only my duty to the parties and to the nation is of course, to exchange knowledge and information to the level that we need to appreciate the trends. And let me begin at a broader level of agents. The challenge of agents who are a critical component of an election process is not just a challenge that is arising from many independent candidates. Yeah. It's an area that we need to clean up, get more well-trained and properly deployed election agents. If you remember at the beginning of the polling stations, opening of the polling stations, they always have a struggle with the presiding officers because they are usually handpicked at the very last moment. We need better training for them. We need to deploy them much better, and they need to be part of the electoral process. The way the security teams are now being readied and they're contributing significantly, the way the courts, the way the other government agencies that are engaged in elections. And that is an area that Kenyans need to rethink. I was just reading an article by Mutuma Matthew, the editorial director at NMG, on the joint tallying by media houses. Yeah. And you need hundreds of thousands of officers to be deployed in the 46,000 agents. So it's a huge operation that we need to look at. But in terms of the party primaries, yes, it's still a struggle. And, you know, as a country that we are very much ethno-regional, the party primaries are more important than even an election. We have done studies and had very interesting conclusions that candidates spend a little more during the party primaries than after the party primaries. Because if you clinched a UDA ticket or an ODM ticket, for instance, you are 90% in. Yeah. Even the likes of Orengo, that the ground seemed slippery, they have actually won their positions. And these are things that we look at. So party primaries are very significant to the extent that parties struggle just like IEBC, because it's a mini election that you need, again, huge infrastructure to invest in. Yes, but we have gatekeepers. We require resources. The gatekeepers are the ones who bring in money mostly, and they have interests. So you get party primaries not being the best. But the issue of independent candidates is not just a party primary issue. It is an issue of the voter looking for diverse issues that political parties need to aggregate, and the diverse interests that the elected leaders need to represent. When the voter does not see those in the existing parties, when the existing parties don't fashion themselves with these issues, then the independent candidates cannot join those political parties, and they run on those issues, and the voters find, like the case of Shakil Shabir in Kisumu, there are issues that voters are seeking that they can't find in ODM, for instance, and voters then decide that we're going independent. And it's not just a challenge in Kenya alone. The rise of independent candidates, the rise of new parties is a global phenomenon. We saw the Australian elections having quite interesting independent candidate numbers. So it's a global phenomenon. The third aspect is that we generally have more populist parties and populist politicians springing up all over the corner. We've seen the populist pronouncements in this campaign. And you can see that possibly people want some other aspects and not really. So the traditional conservative, liberal political parties are beginning to struggle to catch up with the populist pronouncements by the populist politicians. And therefore, the ones that are not into social justice, liberals or conservatives, and are not agreeing with the populist approaches, have to find, and the beauty of Kenya is that there is that constitutional provision. Three other things that I would want to quickly mention. Is we had the zoning and we had all these challenges that affected particularly women candidates and young aspirants, that they had to switch to other areas. So we have to